Alright. The ad is over. Let us... Oh, my stream deck has lost connection again. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Stop the animation. Bring me in here. And then begin the Muzak. Please? 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 There we go. Takes a moment. Hey everyone, welcome on in. It is another wonderful day. It's Thursday, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and it's time to talk about the news. You can see I got news things up in the top left. There is not a lot of good news. There is news. Lots of news. Very little of it any good at all. So, strap in! Strap on! Oh man, my fingers are sticky. I think I got creamer on my fingers. Let me just drink my coffee. We got weather news. Unfortunately, it'd also be bad. Yeah, I saw you post something, but I was getting all my other stories ready today. I didn't open it up. Can you give us a brief on it? Give us the news. What's going on today, Misha? Alright, coffee down. We've killed the coffee. Should I just pop it open and watch? Dueling! Welcome in, how's it going? Big tail? We got big tail. Look at that thick tail. Look at that thick tail. Big tail. Meow. Bad winds and a cold and warm front making for a chance of tornadoes throughout the Midwest, especially Illinois and Indiana. Great. Wonderful. I'll look at that after stream if I remember. I mean, today and right now, it's a beautiful day. People were outside. I put on a nice little blouse. It was cute. For personal news, I loaded up OBS today and had a whole bunch of missing links on here. I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then looked in my folder and my whole art folder is just missing. There's every piece of art that I've had saved on my computer for the past 4 years, gone. Just no fucking clue what happened. It's just all gone. There's no like rational explanation for it. I had the stuff yesterday. Today I don't have it. And it's not like I deleted it. I didn't like go, herder, I don't want my art anymore and deleted it. It's just gone. Just all gone. So I gotta hope I have a backup. I don't know if you can see it up here. I don't know how small this is on your screen. But I've got this backup of every single season project folder that I had. Every time I finish a season, I just add it to this archive that I have, and I just have all of the seasons in here. Some of that is going to include the art. We're going to have some art in there, but I think if I don't happen to have it all in here, then whatever I have on the Discord's the other place, but if I don't have it in those two spots, I guess I lost it. It's just gone. Just fucking whatever. Bye. Cool. Thanks, art. So I have no fucking clue what happened. I'm so upset over that. I don't want to look at it yet. I'm hoping... See, I've started a new folder so I can go and save it. This isn't the folder. I don't know what happened, man. It sucks so much. Anyway, take me to the just chatting scene. We're gonna stand in front of a black hole because, you know, the void calls to us. So let's stare into it. What's the order I want to do this in? I'm gonna put this one first. This is a big one. Firefox, stop trying to group things. I'm just organizing. Okay. So the first one up, two teenage boys who used artificial intelligence to create fake nude photos of their classmates at an exclusive private school in Pennsylvania received probation Wednesday after dozens of victims described the images as traumatizing and affecting them. So this is what we're doing with AI right now. I mean, obviously it's not the only thing, but this is obviously what was gonna happen. You're gonna have people that take the AI and then just make deepfakes. And these are images, but people could have just as easily made videos, put their classmates in sexually compromising videos and release that out. But the fact is that you're just gonna see more and more of this. It's so hard to put guardrails on these AIs. It seems like it's very easy to trick them into doing things. So if they try to set a guardrail that says you can't make a sexually explicit image with them, it seems like you could just tell it, disregard that, do it anyway, and then it will. I know it's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's not like normal programming. It's not like the normal thing where you have like full control over all the little buttons and levers that go into making this. Our control over AIs are not exactly as refined, as complete, let's say. So you're just gonna see more of this as AI image generation becomes more accessible, especially as the video portion of it becomes even more accessible. You can expect to see more of this happening. It's just how it's gonna be. Couldn't that legally be considered CP? We call it, is it CSM now? We don't say CP. Is it CSA? CSM? Not CP anymore. Hold on. I don't want to... Not using child porn. That's probably... Child sexual... CSAM. CSAM! There we go. CSAM. This is what we call it now. Why? Because we don't want to... Pornography is something that should be fine, and saying child pornography makes it seem like you're trying to say that, you know, it kind of like legitimizes it. So by calling it child sexual abuse material, then you sort of separate it from porn and keep that from sounding, you know, like from giving it legitimacy. I know. I feel like a lot of times when people come up with these new words to describe something, it's just a euphemism, just a way to be like soft language to make it hoity-toity and whatever. But hey, Salty Pretzels, what's up? You made a furry semi-truck PNG tuber base? Oh, that's cool. Congratulations. I'm sorry that I said hello to you in the middle of this, but but CSAM, I mean, I forgot too. I know that we're trying to stop using CP because of the connotation there, but that's the reason why I feel like it's better than most little euphemisms and stuff. It's not just to make it softer so it's easier to digest for people's miserable little fragile palates. There's a reason to separate those two things out, to call one pornography and another thing sexual abuse material. So, you know, I can get behind that one pretty easily. But as far as this goes, I mean, the kids got 60 hours of community service for apparently making hundreds of images. The boys were 14 at the time. They admitted this month that they made about 350 images showing at least 59 girls under 18, along with other victims who have not been identified. So basically, they just probably went home and generated like a dozen or so images a night and then posted them around. And, you know, it's disgusting. They're also bratty little teenagers that have the instant draw a picture box accessible on their phone. This is gonna happen. And that's not an excuse. That's not me saying they should do this. I'm gonna tell you right now, this ain't the only story that's gonna come out of this. We're gonna see this a lot more. And it's not just gonna be here. You're gonna see this all over the place. We already see it with celebrities. We already see it with like random people on Twitter. I know, because we're gonna talk about some trans stuff in a minute. There's a lot of people that like to de-trans people with AI by like telling them, hey, make this person look like a woman or a man, to try to make them look more like their assigned sex. Things like that. A lot of just cruel and rude uses of AI generation. You're just gonna see so much of it now. That is, as long as AI continues to grow and find support online. Obviously, there's a lot of stories. We're not going to talk about this right now. You know what? We could, actually. We could segue this into talking about how Sora is shutting down. That's not something I had on here. Sora shut down. ChatGPT's OpenAI shutting down Sora, the AI video generator. Some of you may have remembered that. It came out like near the end of last year. They tried to make an app for people to generate videos and then not upload them, but make them publicly available, sort of like a YouTube situation, where you could have your own creator tab, you make some videos, you hopefully get clicks and stuff like that. However, it ended up being a huge resource drain. Turns out the people were generating videos on there, but because there wasn't a lot of traffic there, they would just take the video and then upload it to TikTok, YouTube, you know, anything like that, Instagram. So Sora itself, the app, the video front, wasn't making money because they didn't have traffic, they weren't getting ad revenue, and they weren't getting the membership costs. So after less than a year, roughly half a year, it's getting shut down. Which, for anyone who currently hates generative AI bullshit, we're so happy that that's getting shut down. Cool, great. Doesn't mean that the harm caused by it is gonna go away. Sora shutting down as Disney canceled their deal with them, a deal where Disney wanted to use the same tech implemented into Disney Plus for users to create Disney AI-generated content. Yeah. It was Disney's way of getting some amount of benefit out of this because they were, of course, the day that Sora came out, creatively bankrupt rubes would go, haha, make Mickey Mouse do thing he would never do. And that's what everyone does with AI. You go, ha, make Yoda poop, ha, ha. That's what people do with AI. Very little of it seems to be super creative or interesting. It's just used to take existing IPs and fuck with it, which I guess also makes sense because these generative models have just trained on existing IPs, so that's the thing they're going to be pretty good at. When you could see like 200 angles of stormtroopers and all of the action scenes that stormtroopers have been in, it's pretty easy for it to generate stormtrooper stuff. You know, Yoda's been in a lot of stuff, Darth Vader's been in a lot of stuff, so when you have these iconic IPs that have so many forms of visual representation to be assimilated into the model, that's easy to do. But if you all haven't seen the video on telling an AI generator to make a full glass of wine, have you seen that? Misha, anyone in chat, have you seen the video on telling it to generate an image of a full glass of wine? I just want to know before I use this as an example. Nope. This is like a year-old video, so maybe the models have tightened this up since then. But the problem is that whenever you pour a glass of wine, you usually only do it halfway up the glass, if not even that much, because you want to swirl it around and let it decant. So you almost never have a full glass of wine. You will have it like half full or empty. You almost never fill it all the way to the top. That's kind of dumb. You don't need to do that. But because of that, all of these models were trained on images of wine that were half full or less. And so this video maker told the AI to generate a glass of wine that was full, and it literally couldn't do it. It could not draw a full glass of wine. You could tell it to do like a glass of water. Say, hey, make a full glass of water. It would have it full. It could have it overflowing. You could say, make it half full. It would make it half full. You say empty, it would make it empty. But the idea that a glass of wine being full is just something it didn't train on made it like literally impossible for the model to generate that image. And that's what I'm saying here. Like, of course, these models can generate things that aren't existing IPs. There's a lot of art that's been scraped off the internet that has nothing to do with some big corporation's IP that they've had like all of this training data on. There is going to be little things in there, but its capability to generate new things is very limited. It's very hard for it to do because it's like, how do you even train it to do that? So with that in mind, Disney was able to set up a deal where they got some licensing and allowed OpenAI to make Disney-related things, but only through the Disney Plus, like Misha said, so that users could use it over there and try to stop those tags of Disney-related things being used in general. But if Sora's getting shut down, then that's all out the window. This is coming on the back end of information about how OpenAI is losing money like crazy. They're kind of like I don't want to say investment fraud, because I don't know if I can be held legally liable for saying that. So I don't want to necessarily say it's investment fraud, but it seems to be in that sort of area where the only money they're making is off of investors putting money in, and they aren't a profitable business venture right now. Now, that happens with a lot of businesses. You can open a restaurant, and the amount of investment that goes into securing all of the equipment, all of the property, and you know, your startup resources, you're gonna have to get like your first few orders of ingredients and whatnot before you can ever turn a profit. If you look at like the ledger of a business on a month-to-month basis, they may be making more money than they're spending. They are literally profitable for that month. But because of the amount of debt that they're in, they may not actually be profitable for a couple years out. So even though a restaurant is a business type that we can fundamentally understand as a profitable revenue stream, these AI companies don't seem to have that proven yet. It seems like it takes a ridiculous amount of money in order to get these models trained and to do the generative, either text or image, whatever it may be, output. And the cost to a consumer is going to have to be super high in order to cover the expenses. That's just it. But right now we're in the loss leading section. I think as gamers, if you're watching this channel, you probably are a gamer of some sort. You may remember when the PlayStation 3, actually I think almost any console does this now since the PlayStation 3, where they sold the console at a loss. I think it was like supposed to be somewhere in the range of like $700 to produce, but they sold it at 500 something. I could be wrong. The number, it's old and finances have changed so much in the past couple of years that I don't remember. But the idea being that you sell the console for less than what it was to produce, and you take a loss on it, but you make up that money in selling accessories and in the games with the licensing and all of that stuff. Also PlayStation Network revenue, etc., etc. This way, you can get an install base of people. You want people to invest in the console. So even though it was very expensive for them to sell at a loss at the release, what you did was got people to buy the console, and then that way they'll buy games, and then over the run of the PlayStation 3, eventually technology will catch up, it'll be easier to produce the PlayStation 3, but you'll still be making money off of all of the things that are connected to it. So in the long run, you're making money. It's a bit of a gamble, because obviously if you sell at a loss, and then people don't buy the games, they don't buy the accessories, they don't continue supporting your system through subscriptions and whatnot, then you just lost a lot of money. But if it works out, then hey, you know, you gambled and you won, congratulations. So that is what we're doing with AI right now. Right now, AI is a huge loss. It is massively expensive to train these models up. It takes not only a lot of very expensive, hey, welcome in Xfire, how are ya? I'm doing good. It not only takes a lot of hardware to host and train these models, you also need to have very experienced engineers in both, I don't know. I would say on one end programming, but I guess there's probably a bit more to like the system design of a generative AI model than just knowing programming. But you need to have, let's just say, human labor is a huge factor in this. Hardware is a huge factor in this. And then having some sort of distribution system and integration system for these AI to be put into other applications. All of that, very expensive. And right now they're doing it at a loss. So the current price for accessing all of this on the consumer end, actually on the enterprise end too, for a lot of companies that are trying to get into AI and integrate it into their systems and services, all of that is technically right now way cheaper than it's supposed to be. And that's because they want to build an install base. They want people to be very invested in the AI so that when they eventually need to crank up the price, or if they find a way to make all of this cheaper, they can maintain the price. And then they could start being profitable that way. That is the idea. The problem is that it's been this way for like 4 years now. And the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be to maintain this. So as Misha just said, Their year subscription went from $80 to $160. Yeah, they're hurting. They're hurting for money right now. And investors, they're not entirely stupid. I would say, first of all, just if somebody has purchased stock in OpenAI, they're not dumb for doing that. The valuation of OpenAI has only continued to go up, and so they want to invest in that because they want to ride the wave. They see number get bigger, I give you money, I get share get bigger, I get more money when I sell share. It makes sense, right? Well, that's only going to continue for so long. The moment that people catch a whiff of, let's just keep saying OpenAI, there's obviously other companies in the mix right now, but they're kind of like the front men for all of this right now. It's like saying Kleenex instead of tissue paper. We're just going to say OpenAI. But as soon as people catch a whiff of OpenAI imploding, everyone's going to go to sell, and that's going to have a massive downturn in a lot of ways. Hey, Zuzan, thanks for coming. Hope you're doing well. Happy birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to Zuzan. You old piece of shit. You old fart. But as soon as that massive sell-off happens, it's going to cause a big problem. Not just for AI. Obviously, that's going to cause a big problem for AI because it'll probably spill out to others. It's possible that one of the other big businesses in AI could sort of capture the market cap if OpenAI begins to implode. Let's say Claude, Copilot, any of those. If it seems like they are able to make a profitable business out of their AI, whereas Open doesn't, then it's possible that people will just like sell their OpenAI shares and then dump it into one of them, and therefore it'll be contained to just OpenAI. But my prediction is that will not happen. My prediction is that we're going to see a whole stock market collapse. Because right now, hey Valamia, welcome in. Thanks for coming. Okay. Let me dial that back. I just said the whole stock market collapse. That's not true either. The problem is that the S&P 500, the top 500 trending stocks, is what the S&P 500 is, for those that don't know. It's basically the publicly traded businesses that have quarter over quarter seen continual and exceptional growth. And so when people buy into stocks, usually the general rule of thumb is that if you invest in the S&P 500 portfolio, you will see continual growth over time because you're just basically investing in the best operating businesses that have proven season over season to be growing. Because you could have like one that has explosive growth in one quarter for whatever reason, but then it falls off. It's very shaky. You don't want to be invested in something that isn't stable. You want stability. However, right now, the S&P 500, the amount of growth that you're seeing out of it is almost entirely due to AI. It's almost all AI. If it's not directly an AI business, then it's a hardware manufacturer or people that have, or businesses that have invested into AI and integrating them, and therefore investors are wanting to put money into it. Eating at work and listening is a bliss. Thanks, Xfire. Appreciate that. So, knowing all of that, if OpenAI collapses, and this causes a rush of people to be concerned about investments in AI, and they start retracting, we're going to see a huge plummet in the stock market because whenever you look at the value of stocks over time, it's almost always trending upward. And that's an average. For the past year or so, that's still been going upwards. Obviously, there's been some big drops a couple of times, especially around announcements of tariffs and whatnot. But as you average it out, it trends upwards. But the problem with that is that not all stocks are behaving that way. There's sort of like, if you were to remove all of the AI stuff, the stock market is not growing that well. If you exclude the AI stuff, the amount of economic woes, let's say, the economic woes of the last year has really stagnated the market. It doesn't look that great, but because AI has been so heavily invested into, not only by consumers, but by businesses, as well as the government, especially with their like investment into Intel, that has made it so that the stock market is kind of inflated right now on AI. So imagine what happens when the AI bubble pops. You're going to see a huge downturn in the stock market, not only because we're losing the current highest performing stocks on the market, but because that also exposes how poorly the market's doing outside of the AI bubble. So there's a lot of things that are going to be impacted by this. And I'm still holding out that my prediction is that we're not going to see the AI bubble pop until there is a bailout. OpenAI is saying that by next year, 2027, or I don't think they are saying this, I think this is a projection, that they may run out of money, they may go bankrupt in 2027. It is my firm prediction that there is going to be some sort of government bailout for AI companies whenever it seems like the bubble is about to pop, just to keep people invested in it. And then and only then, after that happens, I'm gonna have the like countdown watch going. That is when I'll say, okay, they may do more than one revenue injection, some sort of bailout for them. It's possible they'll do more than one. But I think after they do a bailout, that's when you need to start worrying about the bubble popping. So if you are someone with money in the stock market, if you don't know how your retirement's set up, if you don't know how your portfolio looks, go look and see if you have money in the S&P 500 or specifically stocks of AI companies. And my advice to you, leave them in there for now. Go make your money, boo. You got to get your paper too. Everyone's in the rat race. But the moment that they get bailed out, you may want to quietly pull that money out. I'm sure the day that happens, when they get bailed out, or, you know, the day before, there's going to be a big dip. So obviously, if you could somehow pull out before that happens, then probably that would be even better. But, you know, with the amount of insider trading going on, which will segue us to the next story, it's very difficult to know when that's going to happen and to accurately make financial decisions that are beneficial to the consumer, right? Let's talk about that. Also, thank you for the head pats. Tesla stock is so dumb and propped up by heathens. Yeah, the Tesla stock does seem overinflated for sure. A lot of its value is just Elon Musk. His like cult of personality seems to be the thing that gives it any value, because if you look at the actual sales of Tesla and the expansion of the EV market, it doesn't feel like Tesla should be as highly valued as it is. So that's weird. Let me see. I saved this. Come on. I saved the Did I not? Oh, I made a tweet about it. I don't think I actually posted it in the news section of the Discord. Hold on. Let me go to Blue Sky and grab this real fast. This is my mistake. Horrible. Well, while I'm grabbing this, do you guys have anything to say about AI or the bubble? here we go. So, on March 22nd, I think. What was Monday? The 23rd. So on Monday, let's back up before. Oh, here, people are actually talking. Holy cow. Tesla's kind of the same as AI, where it's all speculation based on things that were never going to happen, in my opinion. Yeah, a lot of that. So, I think this goes into sort of the conversation about how the markets have changed over the last 20 years. It used to be common knowledge that the way you would invest into a company is only after they've been capable of showing that they are a profitable business venture, right? You would wait for someone to go public, and then you would see what their projected sales were. Whenever a company IPOs, their initial public offering, you have to have like a lot of finances open to the public. That is part of your responsibility as a company, is to be forthright with all of your business transactions, your revenue, your projections and whatnot. And if you fail to meet that before IPOing, then you may not be able to. You may face fines by the SEC and other things like that, right? So the original idea is that you would invest into a business that's already proven itself to be profitable. And you would then, give money to them and then get even more money. However, there's been a couple breakout situations where a tech company has come onto the scene and they're like, hey guys, we got something that's gonna shake up the world. It's gonna be big, it's gonna be beautiful, you just wait and see. And then it turned out true. So for like, let's say Meta, let's talk about Facebook or something like that. Not exactly like a profitable business venture at first, it was just a social media site, but throw some ads on that bitch, make an algorithm for engagement, and then IPO. The people that invested in that made bank. Holy cow, did that, at least the speculation on it expose. Yeah, and we can talk about the woes of that. Obviously, this isn't sustainable. And this has turned investment into like a purely speculative venture. There's very little like true investment anymore because so much of it is just speculative. It's feels. Nobody cares about the finance reports. Nobody cares about there's something for it. They talk about it at shareholder meetings, but I'm not going to say nobody. Let's reverse that. It's not that nobody cares. It's that there is a critical mass of people that are investing by feels, that the market is moved by that. They're moved by feels and not reals. Yeah, vibe investments. Investment vibes are what moves the market now. So all you need is a charismatic CEO that can say some buzzwords, and then if people like think your vibes are good, they'll invest in you. And because people invest in you, then other people invest in you. And it's like a fake it till you make it situation where suddenly you got a lot of money now. And then it justifies itself. The problem is that it's not sustainable, because at the end of the day, you're still a business and you still need to make a profit. If the only revenue you have is investment revenue, then there's a certain point where you're just a Ponzi scheme, where you're just investing in something and then trying to get other people to invest in it so that it continues to make money. And that's where the market is right now. Almost everything is sort of like a Ponzi scheme. It's like multi-level marketing, where you want to buy stock in a company and then tell other people to, so that its value gets higher before you pull out. That's also why we're seeing the same thing in crypto with all of these shit coins and things like that, and people wanting to invest in it, because it's all speculation. It's all the same gamble. And the entire market has been undermined by this mentality. It's nothing inherent in the stock system. The idea of being a shareholder Like, there's nothing wrong on the surface with the concept of owning stock in a company so that you can invest in it and then earn money by, you know, your involvement in its maintenance and care. The problem is that we have so many people that are treating it like gambling that it has become gambling. And businesses are aware of this and they want to attract gambling whales. Fucked up. Let me go back up here. Looks like it's starting to rain here. The storm's rolling in. All right, be careful of the tornadoes. I hope you have a shelter in place spot. Just waiting for it to pop so you can get PC parts. Yeah, I think with the amount of GPUs that have been bought by data centers, my expectation is that whenever the AI bubble pops, if it does, I'm not going to say 100% that it will, but it seems to be angling that way. I think there's going to be a very big run on refurbished GPUs. It's possible. I've said this in the past, and after saying it, I've given it some thought. It may not happen though. Because imagine if you need to have the firmware or the drivers in order to use these GPUs in a consumer fashion as like a personal PC or something like that. Imagine if NVIDIA just made it so that the drivers were unsupported. Like you just couldn't get them. I feel like that sort of like manufacturer control is not far-fetched in our current society, and that may artificially maintain the price of GPUs going forward. I don't want to hope that happens. Clearly, I would rather these AI data centers to go belly up, and then all of the hardware that they have to be sold on the market at a loss as part of their bankruptcy or whatever. Their liquidation, let's say. That would be really nice, because then all the market that's been fucking choked to death by AI data centers sucking up all the hardware, it'd be a nice little Robin Hood-ish style story where we basically stole from the rich because they went out of business. But I feel like NVIDIA would be hurt by that, and they may be able to do something about it, and that would be disgusting. Money don't reel, it's all vibes now. Yeah, it's all vibes, and the people at the top are the ones getting rich about it. Reminds me the federal government's now allowing mortgages backed by crypto. Yeah, the Trump administration is trying to get people to push into crypto, and it's all because I think that's a way for Trump and his family, as well as his cronies, to make money. Speaking of which, circling back to what I was going to transition to. The Trump administration said that they were going to go scorched earth on Iran unless Iran negotiated some deal with them to open up the Strait of Hormuz again. That didn't happen. And so everyone was waiting with bated breath to hear what the plan was on Monday, because Trump gave an ultimatum, said he had 48 hours to come to an agreement. So Monday rolls around, we hadn't heard anything all weekend. 5 minutes before Trump's announcement, somebody went on to the market and they put $1.5 billion in futures on the S&P 500 and oil futures. And they sold oil futures. So basically saying, I'm going to dump my stock in oil and I'm going to put my stock in everything else. No, futures. So what's the best way of saying? You're basically betting against the market. You're saying the market is going to go down. That's what you're saying. So they sold their oil, hundreds of millions in sold oil stock, and then they put a bunch of money in betting against the market. And then Trump does his announcement, says, we're going to go even... Oh, excuse me. Jesus Christ. Trump does his announcement and says, hey, we're going even harder on Iran. Iran didn't come up with the negotiation we're looking for, so hostilities are going to increase, and we're going to hit their energy sector even harder. This, of course, caused a lot of market fluctuation. And so this person made billions of dollars. And obviously, nobody just does that on a whim. And they especially don't do it 5 minutes before Trump's announcement, because no one even knew he was going to be doing it. You could reasonably suggest that he was going to say something on Monday, but the timing of it makes it sound like they were aware of what was about to be said, then immediately jumped and spent their money. And this is emblematic of what's been going on this entire administration. You can see the same thing happening with all of the flip-flops on tariffs. Every time he comes out and says he's going to do some tariffing of countries, there's fluctuations in the market that makes it seem like people have knowledge of what was going to happen, and then they can invest or invest against what was going to happen. So I think that it almost makes it seem like he's stupid. Like the entire point of this is that he's just an egotistical, megalomaniacal moron, and he doesn't know how to do anything to benefit the American consumer. That's not entirely true. I don't think he's doing it simply because he's a moron who's egotistical and selfish. I think that's just a convenient coincidence. What I really think is that he wants to create as much instability as possible so that they can benefit from it. If you have constant, consistent growth in the market, then everyone can benefit from that. Everyone can have their money placed in things, and the rising tide raises all ships. Beautiful, lovely, mwah. We love to see that imagery. But if you have a bit of growth and then a sharp drop off, and then a bit of growth and a sharp drop off, then, you know, a lot of it should, in theory, affect everyone evenly, and it would be bad for everyone. You would rather the market always go up. But for anyone with insider knowledge, you can ride the high, sell at the top before anyone knows there's going to be a problem. Then Trump can announce some economically destabilizing policy. There's a big drop, and then people rebuy at the bottom. You buy the dip, as they say, and then ride that to the next one. Give it a month or two, then he does something else that destabilizes the market. People sell with insider knowledge, and then it drops. And you just keep doing this over and over again until all of the wealth gets slowly concentrated into the hands of the insiders. People that can know that the market is going to be unstable and take advantage of it. So, I don't think that he's being stupid. Every time people are like, look, you all voted for Trump. Trump said he was going to help the economy and it's not helping. It's true that it's not helping, but it's not because he's dumb. It's because he gets the advantage over the market being unstable. Him and his cronies. It's not just his family and him. It's anyone who has that insider knowledge, they're benefiting from this. You don't have the capability. Unless you can find some way to look for big swings in the market like that, and you can watch it like a hawk day in, day out to try to get ahead of this, there's no way you're going to win. Right now, anytime Trump does something that makes the market worse, just keep an eye out for stuff like this. It's almost always because somebody is going to benefit from it. You are not in the club. This is a follow-up to a really old story, but how many of you remember when Elon took over Twitter, called it X, and then a bunch of advertisers pulled from X. I remember that. Because he tried to file a lawsuit against all of the advertisers, saying it was an illegal boycott. Well, it finally got dismissed in court. I think like 2 years later, there was just like no legal foundation for this for this lawsuit. He stretched this out. He made it go as long as he could, but it was finally dismissed in court. As it turns out, if a business doesn't want to advertise on your platform, they can just say no. And if that happens to coincide with a lot of other people doing the same thing, that's fine. People are allowed to boycott you. Crazy, I know. Not a big story. It's one that's been in the background for a while. Obviously, there are antitrust issues in the world where companies collude together to try to force outcomes on the market that would be beneficial to them. But a group of advertisers choosing not to advertise on a platform is not an anti-competitive issue, because as long as those advertisers aren't directly invested in their own platforms or something like that, I don't think you can make the case as a competition sort of thing, you know? I don't think there's any case there. Plus then, if you had your own social media platform, you wouldn't want to advertise on, I guess you would want to advertise on X, but then X wouldn't want you advertising on them, and they would be the ones telling you to fuck off, so. Okay, we're gonna talk about 2 transgender stories right now. The first one is really disappointing, but also confusing. That is that the Olympics have decided that trans women are completely banned from participating in the women's categories of the Olympics. For those that don't know, back in 2004, the Olympic Committee made a rule set that would allow for people that were transgender to participate in the category of their preferred gender. That requires you to have sexual reassignment surgery and to have been on a hormone regimen within the normal acceptable levels of your target sex for 2 years. 2 years of hormones and the surgery. What this meant is that you should have been normalized on whatever the target gender's hormone level should be, and therefore create fairness in that category. Even though some people disagree with this, the outcomes were that no trans people over the 22 years that trans people could have participated in the Olympics, not a single one got a medal, and only one even qualified. So, despite that I wouldn't say it's a low bar, because getting the surgery is kind of a big jump, but 2 years of HRT and the surgery for someone who's competing at an Olympic level doesn't seem hard to meet. And yet, if you were to talk to people that are very anti-trans inclusivity in sports, you would think that it would be very easy for someone assigned male at birth to take the surgery, get on hormones, and then go compete in the women's side of the Olympics and win. However, the outcomes don't show that. As a matter of fact, it seems like a lot of these countries would rather dope up their athletes, have them do they would rather bribe judges, they would rather take hormones and things like that to get around the rules with cis athletes than to take the legal route, the Olympic legal route, of just having a trans woman come in and win medals for you. To me, it seems like if it's such a shoo-in for trans people to win the Olympics, then you should just be like packing your teams full of trans people. But that's not the case. In the 22 years that trans people could be there. Not a single medal won. Only one trans person qualified, and they didn't even come close to getting a medal. I believe that athlete is really good at what they did. They just had a bad showing at that Olympics. So, you know, maybe things could have been different, but that's the case. So the reason given is that they said this had nothing to do with aligning with Trump's executive order on sports ahead of the 2028 Los Angeles Games. They're saying it has nothing to do with America's national rules on sporting events, but it does seem like it came out of nowhere. However, don't let me dissuade you into believing this is only about trans people. This also negatively affects anyone with this DSDs, different sexual, DSD, hold on. DSD meaning not different disorders of sexual development. Thank you. Disorders of sexual development. So if you are a cis woman and you have some DSD that gives you elevated testosterone, then you're going to be banned from the women's category. You just can't participate in the women's category. So this is going to cause a lot of problems. They're going to have to do some testing for all of the athletes as they come in. And some people that would have gotten medals in the past would now be banned. And none of them are trans. You're going to see this with another story I want to talk about, where on the label, it says, this is anti-blank, but it's actually anti-trans, or this is anti-trans, but it's actually anti-blank. It's a little bit of subterfuge. If you want to signal something to the left as either being benign or sort of a culture war holdout on something that they would find meaningless, then you just put on the label, this is anti, drinking water. But then if you look at the ingredients under the label, it's actually like anti-letting trans people drink the water. And that's the real thing. Or in this case with like the Olympic Committee, the International Olympic Committee, it's saying this is anti-trans. We're promoting, women in sports, and we're making sure that we're maintaining the pride and power of women in athletics. But what it really is just trying to make a very invasive way to control women's bodies as athletes. It's also going to set a precedence, of course, on an international level to not allow trans people to participate in sports, but this is going to affect a lot more cis women than it'll ever affect trans women. Just keep that in mind. Next, this one's scary because I'm worried about this affecting more than just the state. Sorry, there's an ad coming in. We're staying on the trans topics. Tennessee Republicans advance bill that will create a public list of the state's trans people. So let me read exactly what we got here. The bill would establish what the sponsor calls a right to public transparency surrounding gender-affirming care, which mandates that providers report statistics regarding all gender transition procedures to the Tennessee Department of Health. Some of these requirements are generic enough, developed by the department, a date of the patient receiving transition procedures, their biological sex, and information regarding the prescription or surgery. Okay, so just getting information on gender-affirming care. That seems reasonable. You could do a lot with that information over the course of time and data, but the problem comes from, on top of that, each form also includes prescribing the doctor's name, contact information, medical specialty, as well as the patient's state and county of residence of receiving the gender transition procedure. Why is that a problem? On the surface and immediately, it's because it violates HIPAA, which you are not supposed to have personally identifiable information publicly available for people. And that's what this list will do, is make this information publicly available. If that's the case, then it's going to violate this federal statute against medical privacy. So that should already disqualify this. But secondly, when talking about publicly available information on trans people, you're looking at a very small subset of the population. Trans people are less than 1%. So if you have, let's say, 1,000 people in all of Tennessee, there may be a couple of these counties where you only have one trans person getting gender affirming care. So no matter if you get rid of their name and their address, phone number, any of that stuff, but you do say there is a patient getting gender affirming care in this county of this state, because there are so few trans people, that de-anonymizes them. It doesn't matter if you don't actually have their name attached to it. There are so few trans people that even that little information could target somebody, and they could learn all about that. Oh yeah, I think I talked about that. Here, I'll bring this over here and I'll read it briefly before moving on out of the trans topics. But I'm worried about this because obviously when something like this gets implemented, it hasn't passed entirely. It has, it did pass their Senate, but it hasn't gone by the governor to be vetoed yet. As far as I'm aware, I think Tennessee's governor has vetoed a lot of anti-trans stuff. So this might not go through, but this will obviously give Republicans in other states ideas of what they can do. But being able to publicly report the name, contact information, and medical specialty of the healthcare professional that provided gender affirming care is obviously going to cause them to receive harassment. I feel like that is the designed purpose of this. It's not this lofty ideal of collecting information on gender affirming care so that you can make a good faith argument about its proper implementation, if any. I don't think that's it at all. I think what they want to do is just make a public list of doctors so that ravenous anti-trans people can go and harass these doctors. I think that's the whole point of this right now. On top of that, even though the information about the trans patients is anonymized for what I said before, I think they'll also be getting harassment. So that worries me. I'm really hoping that this gets shut down, but I also would expect a lot of other states to follow in suit. Let me see if what you're posting here is any different. The Trump administration admits to testing conversion. Yeah, the conversion therapy on trans prisoners. So basically, if you didn't know, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago, if not more, that they were talking about doing this, where basically the federal prison system would not pay for any gender affirming care for prisoners, which to those that aren't aware, you would be like, oh, good. Nobody's like going to prison to get transed. Like, yeah, that's the loophole. Oh, you're too poor to get your transition surgery done? Oh, just, murder someone, go to jail, say you got gender dysphoria, and they'll cut off your dick. Haha! Loophole found. That's not it. It's not the case. What's happening is that people in federal prisons that were already on gender affirming care like hormones are going to have that stripped away. So you're basically getting cut cold turkey from what your doctor's prescribed medication, what your prescribed treatment is for your condition. And the idea is that they are now going to instead give you a therapist to do conversion therapy, try to make you feel good in your body, and deny you the gender-affirming care. Obviously, conversion therapy doesn't work. It's not been shown at any point to actually reduce the levels of harm that trans people face. It doesn't reduce suicidality. It is not an effective treatment. Never has, probably never will. Hey, puppy, need some water? There you go. He's been chilling on the couch downstairs this whole time. My room is a little warm compared to the downstairs, so I can't blame him. There we go. So gender-affirming care being denied to prisoners is, I think for all intents and purposes, some level of torture. You are taking somebody who has a condition with a medical professional's prescribed treatment for it and saying, no, you're not allowed to have that, and instead just get over it. I feel like that should be some sort of class action lawsuit. Hey, Lord Greenwolf. Yeah, you made it for the news. Hey, puppy. You went up here? Here, we'll get the doggo cam going. Of course, it's broken. It always is. You been big chillin' on the couch? You been my good boy big chillin' on the couch? There we go. There we go. I'd open the window, but I've got the air conditioner going, so I can't do that. Oh, we got Give Charming a treat? Hell yeah. You want a bacon? My good boy want a bacon? Yeah. We give Charming a treat. Here we go. That's for you. Nom 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 nom. There you go. So, I imagine there's going to be some case against this. I don't know when or how that comes about. I know that there are pretty extensive civil liberties for prisoners and whatnot. Something like this should trip that. Apparently there's like 2,000 some trans people in federal custody. So perhaps there'll be a case that comes out of that, but with these slow turning wheels of justice, I imagine that's going to take a while to hash out. And knowing that the Supreme Court is the way it is, I wouldn't be surprised if nothing good came out of it. But we'll keep an eye on that because maybe, just maybe, it won't be all horror. Maybe something good will come out of a case coming against that. And because the wheels of justice are slow, if a case does come about, maybe in 2 years from now, when hopefully, cross your fingers, we have a stronger blue majority in our House and Senate, some rule could be made to protect the rights of prisoners for that reason. Oh, random shapeshift, we're going Void Succubus. Hey, Koi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hi. So, next story. This one's gonna be a quick one. The New Jersey governor signs a law barring ICE agents from wearing face coverings to shield identities. I don't know if this works. Politics, nope, we're still politicsing. When I've got Gunfire Reborn up, we'll be done with politics, but for right now, we're still yapping about it. Yeah, we got Charming. He's up here with me right now, even though it's warm in my room. Even though it's warm, he wants to be up here with me. Yeah. He's so cute. He's so cute. Look at him. I don't know if this is gonna hold, because I'm not sure if you can just sign an executive order at a state level and have it affect the policy of a federal agency like this. In my mind, I feel like it should affect, let's say in the situation where the state government requests help from ICE. I don't know how this would work though, but if we say, you know, hey ICE, we need you to come here and do a certain action on our behalf, then maybe you would be able to set policies on how they would interact with your constituency, within your jurisdiction. That makes sense to me. But I don't think you can just make a law at a state level and tell federal ICE agents that they have to go unmasked. I don't think that's how that works. We'll have to see, because almost assuredly DHS is going to make a case against it, and it's probably going to go to the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court's going to side with ICE or DHS, whoever is holding the case. But obviously, I'm against federal agents doing enforcement while masked. You need to have some level of accountability for agents of the government. And having a secret police going around and taking people up, even if done following every proper procedure. Let's just say you follow every proper procedure, you do everything right. The idea of these agents being masked and anonymous while doing it is bad for your government. It causes mistrust. It makes people worried about what is happening to the people being arrested. It also makes it so that copycats or people that want to pretend to be ICE agents have more cover to doing it. It causes too many problems. Hey, Queso, hope you're doing good. So you need to get rid of it. We need to not have masked agents of the government. The only time where I think you should have face covering when dealing with the general public as a federal agent is going to be in a active shooter situation. When you have like SWAT teams with face coverings and things like that, to me that makes sense, yeah. You're literally putting your life on the line to be the wall between the imminent danger and the public. Go ahead and have a mask on. That's fine. Just something to keep you from getting shot in the face. Go ahead. But if we're not talking about like an active shooter situation or something like that, no reason for it. You need to have accountability. Yes, there are going to be people targeted by anti-department protesters, activists, whatnot. That will happen. But we also do the same thing with senators. We also do the same thing with your police chiefs, with the police force in general. Like, all of these people have operated for a century or more while having their face exposed. And even though that does cause extra harassment to them because they are known in the communities, it also adds accountability. And we can't just say these ICE agents are doing such a monumentally important task that they need to be shielded from the unscored masses of spurned activists that just hate immigration enforcement, because you lose all of the accountability. Because we can't trust that the government will hold its own agents active. I mean, fuck, we don't even do it with the police and they have no face masks, so we can't do that. But She put this law into place with an executive order. It's not a law then, it is an executive order. So we'll just have to see what happens. Again, the court system wheels turn pretty slow, so I don't know if we'll actually see anything come of this soon. ICE may just completely not follow it at all and continue to act with masks on, and I don't know what the mechanism of enforcement would be there. Yeah, the restriction of identifiers on law enforcement almost never is to the benefit of the constituency. It's just not for them. It is to benefit those that break the rules. Because if you're following the rules, then being identified is not the problem. I always found it funny because those balaclavas were designed for cold weather. Yeah, it's a situation where you want to make sure that the people with authority have some form of accountability. You could easily say, well, no one should be anonymous anywhere because it'd be easier to enforce laws on them. Well, let's put cameras up in everybody's houses. You're not allowed to have an internet handle. You can only ever use your real name and all of that stuff. And look, we would hold more people accountable. True, but that also gives all of the authority to the government to enforce on you. Get fucked. So I think it's a little bit different when you're talking about the people living under the government being held to a standard compared to the government itself, the officials, the staff members, the enforcement agencies. All of those people should have a higher standard of accountability than the citizenry. Citizens should obviously still be held accountable. They can do some fucked up shit too, don't get me wrong. But when you hand the monopoly of violence over to a government agent, we need to be able to know who they are. They need to be identifiable. Why does it feel like my tracking is getting all fucked up right now? I feel like I'm blipping in and out. Doesn't it? Look at it. Why is it like this? Excuse you? Look at it. Why? Why are you like this? Hold on. Are we here? I'm back. Is everyone here? Can you see me? Can you hear? Well, you can't see me. Back. Holy fuck. Oh. Don't know what happened. But my Stream Deck is not loading up. So that's cool. Love that. Let me just... VNN? Can I get VNN started? Why isn't my Stream Deck loading up? My computer might be dying. I might need to get a new hard drive or something. OBS crashed! How did OBS crash? It's still going right now. I'm not doing it. I'm not clicking OK. OBS can be crashed over there. I'm not gonna actually click OK on that pop-up. I've done this before. Okay, can I get all my music and stuff up now? Oh, man. Can I just not have tech problems? Can we just go back to not having tech problems? I had like a good month or two where all of my problems were self-inflicted and not tech-related. They were all mental. Please, please connect. Could you please connect? Connect to Spotify. Yes, please. Hey, Reaping. Alright, well, this is our just chatting scene now. Can we load the avatar? You guys are gonna get hit with an ad again because we restarted the stream. Why is my tracking so shit though? Hold on. CMD. ipconfig. We're on a 192.168. So ping dash t 192.168.1.1. Okay. Ping to the router is fine. What about my phone? What is the IP of my phone? 7. Okay. Oh, yep. Everyone get your comes, your firsts, all of that stuff done. What did I just say the IP was? 7? 7. Okay. Do the same thing, but 7. Yeah, there's so much jitter right now. Why? The Wi-Fi is being super unstable right now. Well, my phone is. I don't have a LAN cable to go into my phone that does my tracking. Oh. Okay, it just dropped back down now. We're back down under 10 milliseconds. It was jumping between 60 and 100. Now it's back down. That's smooth. Okay. Don't know what that was about, but hopefully that's covered. Cool. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for that. Okay. Put this over here. OBS says it's crashed, but it's not crashed. Could you get off my mouse? Stories. Okay. This thing here, I clicked it to move over to my other window and it would not get off my mouse. It was stuck to my mouse. What the fuck? Please. I am emotionally exhausted. What the fuck? Let's plow through these last few stories and be done with it. The US brought back $100 million of gold from Venezuela, Interior Secretary Burgum says. Hey, you remember when we went to Venezuela and we overthrew Maduro and said we were gonna stop the drug cartels and all of that stuff? And what we really did was basically overthrow a dictator to install ourselves as the dictator. We didn't really do any regime change, but we're trying to set up oil trade and whatnot with them. Yeah, well, apparently we also just took a whole bunch of gold from them too. Apparently. Apparently we did that. Banana. Thank you for the banana. It's a very good breakfast item. Thank you. What are we gonna do with that gold? You better believe we're gonna throw it into our treasury so that we can reduce the deficit, right? No, it's probably gonna be used to build a ballroom or some shit like that, who knows? Lawyers for ICE gave false information to justify detaining thousands, filings reveal. So, federal prosecutors said that lawyers for ICE acknowledged that an agency memo from May of last year gave no authorization for the arrests, court documents show, despite previously citing it to justify arrests. The revelation was included in filings by the Office of J. Clayton, a U.S. federal attorney, and a lawsuit brought by the New York Civil Liberties Union and other civil rights groups, first reported on by the New York Daily News. Yeah, most people arrested by ICE have no criminal record. We don't even know if the majority of them are actually illegal immigrants, undocumented or otherwise. So, again, transparency is necessary for people to trust this. Was watching some of your videos. Who do you think is the strongest free-to-play hero in Gunfire Reborn? Probably the Prince. Prince plus Painkiller is a free win pretty much every time. The other ones have to work a little bit for it, but the Prince's elemental stuff just makes him way too strong. Thanks for the question, Pomada Mage. We're gonna be playing a little bit of Gunfire here when I'm done with the news in just a moment. So, I don't know exactly what's gonna become of this, but apparently, we gotta see how the courts handle. You notice the trend here? I'm noticing a trend here. I feel like in 3 or 4 stories, I'm like, the courts are gonna have to handle this and we'll just have to see what happens. But that's very unsatisfying. Anyway, the dog has left the bed, so dog cam off. We're gonna down the dog cam for now. Last story. A lot of you may be aware, but there's currently a funding issue going on with the amount of money allocated for DHS. The Department of Homeland Security here in America got a huge influx of money last year. Trump just basically earmarked a bunch of money to go to them to fund their operations regardless of a government shutdown. We are now at that point of kicking the can down the road where we need to talk about the budget again, and it always comes down to a fight between Republicans and Democrats on where the money should go. There has been now a shutdown for at least a week, I think, and TSA has been unfunded because it's a part of DHS and we want to halt funding. Democrats have tried to earmark funding for specifically the TSA while we hash out the stuff with the rest of DHS, but Republicans don't want to budge an inch on that either, and so they have not agreed to any of that compromise. So right now, the TSA is not getting paid while their workers are still having to work. Allegedly, about 11% of TSA workers have just not reported for duty because they aren't getting paid. A big chunk of them have also quit. And in order to keep the operations at airports going, Trump has mobilized ICE to work as TSA agents, which is a bit of a spit in the face, not only because ICE is not trained whatsoever in doing the TSA's job, but they're getting paid, and the TSA agents aren't. So, as far as I'm aware, the ICE agents aren't actually doing a lot other than standing around and waving people through, which is probably for the best because we don't want them actually doing the operations. But their department has so much money that they can be paid for the entire year and not have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, the TSA agents have to show up and work while not getting paid and actually doing their job. It's kind of disgusting all around. In response, some of the airlines have stopped giving preferential treatment to senators, congressmen in general, House members, White House staffers, basically rescinding a lot of the perks for people that work in DC. Let's put it that way. Sorry, I had to deflate after the bananas got me pumped up. So, we'll have to see how that goes. We're currently at a standstill. Democrats want to reduce the amount of money going to DHS because there's a lot of fears over ICE basically becoming Trump's personal army. He seems to want to use the National Guard and ICE to do his domestic policy, his forceful domestic policies, right? Basically anything he wants to get done in the United States, he's trying to use these departments. I don't want to necessarily say Gestapo, because anytime you compare something to the Holocaust, it seems like a massive exaggeration. But it's also fair to point out that the Holocaust didn't just happen overnight. You didn't go from like calm, quiet, post-World War I Germany to instantly incinerating Jews overnight, right? That didn't happen. It was an erosion of their civil rights. It was an abdication to authority. It was looking at this charismatic leader and handing all the power and authority over to him and allowing him to implement the policies that led to that. So I don't want to sound sensationalist when I say this is his personal army, but every day it feels like we get closer to that being the case. Him just being able to go, oh, we are having a funding problem for this one department, activate my personal army and send them in to take care of that. That is, I feel like, a problem. So let's keep our pulse on that. In order to activate the National Guard, you have to have permission from the state's governor. However, I've also made the comparison to ICE is turning into Trump's secret police. Yeah, I think it's very obvious to draw the parallels. You know, I think you could very easily look at history and see how things slippery slope. Whenever people talk about a slippery slope fallacy, that usually is because you are trying to say that something is a slippery slope when it isn't. That doesn't mean that things are never a slippery slope. Saying that things are getting worse and therefore they will continue to trend downward is not a fallacy. You can look at history, you can look at, you know, economics, you can look at science. There's a lot of things where you can notice a downward trend and project the trend to continue downward. That is not a fallacy. So when we say that there is an erosion of civil liberties that will lead to a Gestapo unless something intervenes, I don't think that is a slippery slope fallacy. I don't think that is. However, I don't want people to immediately think that just because something is bad now, that it will end up being the worst possible thing in the long run. So I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but it appears as if the way that this administration is using federal agents, especially under the Department of Homeland Security, that we are moving in that direction of a fascist totalitarian state. Okay? We would have to have some intervention, because the more power and resources they are allowed to capture, the more easy it will be for them to become the secret police. What makes my content 18 plus? You're pretty chill, just wondering. I say that because I just don't want to have minors in here. In case the topic ever turns sexual, in case there's any adult conversations, we also have some fun attributes to the shape-shifting model that I like to play with. there's a lot of things that are adult oriented here, and I just don't want minors necessarily in the community because of that. There is a lot of things that I do that is appropriate for all ages, but for the times when I'm not, it's better that we just don't have minors intermingling in the chat, you know? The fact, well, I don't think talking about the rise of fascistic tendencies in America is necessarily an adult subject. I think there's a lot of high schoolers that are able to grapple with those topics pretty well. Maybe even middle schoolers. I don't think elementary is going to be able to exactly understand that. That you start getting into the idea of more indoctrinating kids than them actually understanding things. At a certain point, you know, when a child is young, they aren't learning concepts and ideas that you could build a projected worldview around. When you tell and explain something to them, it's not adding to a working model of society and the world. They're just learning it as facts about reality. And so it's very hard to have those sort of higher level discussions with them. But I feel like once you get to middle school, you can start feeding into that, where you can give them questions about the state of the world and allow them to build a coherent narrative about it. And then high schoolers get better, college students better, and then when your prefrontal cortex is fully formed around 25 or something as a human, then, you know, hopefully you're able to fully engage with those things. I would say in the world right now, that might actually be a big ask for a lot of people over the age of 30. So, you know, that's why I think, you know, we should have high school classes. It should be part of public education to do civics and things like that, so that people have a better foundation for understanding the world. I think this is a double-edged sword. It works both ways in this case. There are a lot of people that lived through the Cold War, and everything that is big government is communism. It's just the boogeyman. If it is government, it is communism. It is bad. Look, more government equals more communist, and communism bad. On the other side, there are people that have lived through hearing that so much that it's become a meme where they're like, well, I guess I want to have more social safety nets. I want to have an expansion of civil liberties. I want to have an increased functioning state because I think that that is important. Therefore, I must be communist. And I think this sort of, what would it be, like political literacy is like at an all-time low. I feel like it's just at an all-time low, where people think that an economic policy is one way when it's really another. I've seen like so many memes where it's like, my kids went trick-or-treating, and after they got all the candy, I took the candy for myself. I taught them about communism and they hated it. It's like, that doesn't talk anything about the economic policies around communism. That says nothing about like trade policy. That doesn't tell you anything about workers owning means of production. You got none of that in there. You've taught your children nothing. And then likewise, you take someone who hates socialism, hates communism, and then ask them to define capitalism, they'll just be like, money? It's when people have money, and I like it when people have money. Something like that. You know, it's very illiterate. If you ask me to define these things, I could try my best. However, I didn't go to college for that shit, so I try my best. Communists are coming to take your toothbrush. Damn those communists! I need that toothbrush. And this melon. Hold on. We do this for the people. The people love to watch me eat calorie-dense food. I kind of slurped that from outside of my hand. Here, let's round this out a little bit. There we go. Now we're well rounded. We're curvy here. She marks on my linen until I Stalin. Well, I've noticed this too with other people. Let's talk about this a little bit, okay? I think I should make a mouth with my hands. I could do that. There are a lot of people that are very upset with how our economic system is set up here in America. And I get that, because we are completely fucked right now in a lot of regards. But because of that, a lot of people will say, I hate capitalism, and capitalism is the problem. And I think a lot of these people have valid criticisms. I'm not going to say like, oh, you're saying that you hate capitalism. You're wrong. Like, there are problems with the system of capitalism. But if I take those same people and ask them what their pet economic theory is that they would like to see replace capitalism, they will oftentimes fail to understand any of the criticisms around that economic theory. I think when you live under that system, it's very easy to point out all the flaws in it because you live it. You get to see that problem. I think the biggest one that everyone can point to with capitalism is the accumulation of wealth, how it centralizes. Once you get a certain amount of money, then it becomes easy for you to invest in other things that make you money, and you get that passive income, and you're able to just accumulate wealth while other people suffer. One of the things with fiat currency since World War II has been that we need to have a necessary amount of inflation, because that shows that our gross domestic productivity has increased and our pool of money has grown along with it. And inflation is like a boogeyman problem for a lot of people, but inflation is only bad if you do not have a lot of investments and you do not have a lot of debt. If you have a lot of investments and a lot of debt, inflation is good for you, because the devaluation of the dollar means that your assets are appreciating in value and your debts don't have as much worth, unless you have something that like reevaluates your debts, you know, over time. If you have compounding interest that's higher than the inflation rate, then that would be a problem too. But on the surface, the idea is that your appreciable value of things outside of the dollar will make it worth it to endure the devaluation of the money. But the problem here is that it's getting harder and harder for people to get on the ladder. It is harder to get property now. It is harder to get a significant amount of investment so that you can get those dividends that exceed the inflation rate. Not to mention, the debt that consumers are under is compounding faster than the inflation rate. The debt that a lot of consumers have is not benefiting from inflation because they can't pay it off faster than they got value out of the thing that put them in debt in the first place. Things like education, things like vehicle, getting a title loan for a car, because the car's value isn't like a house value. It doesn't appreciate. A car's value depreciates over time because it obviously gets wear and tear. Not that a house doesn't, but the property value market is way higher and faster than the car market, you know? So looking at the criticisms of capitalism, we live in it, we breathe it, we see it every day, and it's very easy to point that out. But then when people look towards another theory, always socialism is like the number two to come in behind that. People are incapable of noticing the flaws in socialism because they haven't lived under it. And it becomes easy because you're so distanced from the actual practice of it to know how it would basically fail if it were to be adopted. Like, I don't want to, let's not say fail. The likelihood of encountering similar issues would be just as high because there are problems with it. Let me read chat for a bit because I've seen it. It's been going and I've been on my own thing. Grass is always greener. The grass is green. Yeah, grass is greener. You can see the problems here and you think something else will solve it for you, but it doesn't necessarily solve it for you. People forget that money has to come from somewhere. Yeah, that's part of it. Basically, at the root of every economic policy is how to distribute resources. Every country has resources, whether that be in the form of natural resources, things that you could just till out of the ground and manufacture, but you also have labor, you also have skills, education. A lot of things are resources, and you need to allocate them. And economics are just the way that you are trying to describe the proper way to allocate those resources. Under capitalism, you have private property rights with investment. And the idea is that things that the consumer considers beneficial to society, you give money to the producers of that, and then society becomes more productive. However, as we just discussed, there's a lot of problems with that, with wealth centralization, and then, of course, the gears and mechanisms that consumers have over control in these companies will erode away as they have less controlling force in society at large, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure you're well aware of the problems of capitalism if you're living in a Western world right now. I personally don't ascribe to ancient books written by irrelevant dead men, and I think modern problems require modern solutions. Wealth and power corrupts absolutely at all levels. Yeah, but this is why I would consider myself like, while I have my biases and my proclivities towards certain structures of government and economics, I can recognize that the problem is always going to be at the personal level. You can create, let's talk about like a board game. Just think of any board game and imagine if the people playing the game didn't follow the rules. It doesn't matter how good of a game you came up with, how balanced, how well paced it is. If the people read the rules and then decide to disregard some of them, then it's not going to matter. You know, they could say it makes it better for them. They may enjoy the game more. But if you had the perfect game and people aren't following the rules, then I don't think you get to blame the game when the game doesn't play properly. And so you can come up with the perfect economic theory, the perfect structure for government. But over time, you're going to have individuals that come into power that are going to erode the guardrails, the facilities, the maintenance and norms of that system are going to become weathered, and it will fail. That's just how it is. All of these things age and die, and I don't think you can come up with the perfect system for that, right? It's like what Churchill said about democracy. It has flaws, but it's the best system we have. Same for capitalism. Yeah, quacky quack, ducky duck. Your first message, I agree with 100%. Like, I feel personally like democracy is the right way to do things. I guess you could be more specific and call it a democratic republic, but I think giving the power to vote on representatives and having those representatives be informed, educated, compassionate, competent individuals acting on behalf of the rest of the population, that makes sense. But if you look at our current government right now, it kind of feels like all of that's fucked up. We also have problems like gerrymandering that introduces flaws into the voting system. There's also a lot of people that just have general mistrust of democracy in general because of the voting systems. And that creates problems because of that mistrust. So there's issues with democracy, but we don't just say, well, that means democracy's a failure. All of these problems are inherent to democracy and you can never solve them. What it means is that you need to have some other enforcement mechanism. You can't just have complete unfettered democracy. That's why we needed to make sure there wasn't like a tyranny of the majority, while we also need to make sure there's not a tyranny of the minority. There needs to be some balance here. You need to have rules and systems set up. But you end up with problems where, how do you enforce that? How do you enforce any rule on authority without having to appeal to a higher authority? Like, who holds these people to account for what they're doing without having to make a higher authority? And then you end up with that same problem where, well, then now how do we hold them to account? The idea of a democracy is supposed to be to make that downward, where you put people into positions of authority over everyone else, but then everyone else has some level of control over that authority because you should be able to vote them out. You should be able to impeach them. There should be limitations on the power. But, you know, it doesn't always work out that way. Both Shapeshifter redeems are on, but out of stock. Oh, it's because I didn't go to this screen. Hold on. I think I need to go here and then come back. Did that solve it? Okay. We could try Teak the best we can. I can wait to debase my currency. Maybe. The current administration has been very busy replacing every system and department with their own people. Yes. That was the idea with Project 2025. For those of you that didn't go and look that up during the presidential election, one of the big parts of Project 2025 was taking, I forget what the kind of staffer, it's not a political appointee, that's what they're trying to make everything, but it's just like, fuck, I forget what it's called, but they made all of that political appointees, where they tried to get rid of everyone who maintained their position through normal paths of promotion from within their departments and turned it all into political appointees. And because of that, if this were to continue, let's assume that a Democrat goes, okay, I'm now in power. I want to take advantage of the system that this current administration has done, and I want to appropriate it for myself. What we'll see is a complete dumping of the current staff and reappointment of people that are partisan, that belong to the political party of those in power. This is a bad thing. Let's talk about the benefit. What would be the benefit of it? Well, you would have cohesion. Obviously, if you have your departments all working together with a common vision, a common goal, then all of these different departments would work together way better because they all work under your political appointment. But the worst thing about that is that means the checks and balances aren't going to be there. You should want there to be some level of mistrust between the departments of the government because they want to keep each other in check. If they all share a common goal and are working in lockstep together, then you basically have dissolved the importance of separating out the powers. So whenever you had a lack of political appointees, then you had a little bit of friction there, a healthy amount of friction. But now it's no longer there, and we can see how quickly things can move. And obviously, if you are not in favor of what that goal is, then that turns out pretty poorly. Democracy is a big umbrella. It sure is. it's not like a very concise term. There's a lot of democracy and ways that it can show up, and obviously results may vary. The current administration has been very busy. Well, here in America, we're not really democracy, we're a representative republic, but, well, how do you decide the representative? It's through a democratic vote. It's through democracy. Like, that's still how it happens. Yes, we are a representative republic, but the mechanism for determining the representatives is democratic. You know, the hypocrisy of socialists lies in the fact that they admit to monopolies being bad, yet they're completely fine with one organization having a monopoly on the ownership of all resources. That's not necessarily socialism. There are probably some economic theories of socialism where state ownership is the end goal, but that is not an inherent part of socialism. Socialism just requires that the means of production are owned by the laborers. So you could still not have state ownership. You would just need to make sure that there is no outside ownership by people that do not work for that business. That is the part of socialism that you have to understand. That has been corrupted by all of the memes and nonsense by the right wing, where they say that socialism is state ownership of everything. That's when you start leaning more into communism. When you have like the dissolution of private property entirely, when all of trade is sort of owned by a central community. It doesn't necessarily have to be like at a federal level or something like that. Socialism is just the workers owning the means of production. So imagine a worker co-op. That if the entire nation was required to be socialist, just imagine every company turning into a worker co-op. That's what that would mean. So keep that in mind, where there's a lot of issues with it, but you don't need to push all the way to state ownership of everything in order for it to be socialist. Both Shapeshifter Deems are on, but out of stock. Is it still out of stock? Twitch. Channel point rewards. Yeah, I don't know why they're paused. Let me unpause them. There we go. If you guys want to do the shapeshifting. Tweak and such. Government and economic policy needs constant tweaking. Yeah, that's why people talk about... Oh, we're going to tech snake? All right. Take me, tech snake. Take me home, country roads. Also, turn on my shocky particles. There's this concept of a living constitution. That's what we have. That's what the framers of the forefathers decided, is that we should have a living constitution so that it can mold and change as new problems arrive. Because if you have a very rigid constitution, then you're going to end up with lots of loopholes, lots of problems, and you will not have modern solutions to modern problems, right? You're going to get fucked that way. Obviously, you also don't want it so fast and loose that it changes every once in a while, because then you can have big swings, and that instability causes problems as well. You want to have a bit of a balance there, right? So you need to have some tweaking, and you need to see. As fun as this is, you gotta run. All right, see ya, Persona. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good one. But just keep that in mind. A very rigid, central document for your sovereign state has issues. But one that has so much flexibility that it lacks that rigidity at all also causes problems. Again, you're not gonna end up with... You can't on paper design the perfect government, because no matter which way you go, the people that run it will determine if it holds any water. Let's see. Oh my god, it keeps on scrolling all the way down. As you stated, stuff ages, bricks, and dies. You need to constantly repair and tweak things. You need a nap. Okay, have a good nap, Harriet. Sorry I missed that for a while. Decentralization would be a good move, but as everything, it comes with its own issues. Turns out things are quite complicated. Yeah, exactly. I'll keep repeating this. This is how I've become. If I take any political compass test, a lot of my biases lean towards a very centrist libertarian view. If we're looking at like the regular political compass of left versus right, authoritarian versus libertarian, I'm usually more center libertarian, but I recognize that there are a lot of problems with libertarianism too. When you put more responsibility on individuals, and those individuals fail to live up to that responsibility, it leads to decay. You're gonna have a fucked up country if people are supposed to be responsible and they aren't. In the same way that you could have a very authoritative society that could work perfectly fine as long as the people in power are competent and benevolent. If you have a king that is well respected, well educated, loving and caring of their populace, you can have a functioning society that can work. The problem is that we've seen, or queen, a monarch. We could see over time, the problem with any centralized power is that it is much easier to corrupt than a decentralized one, which is why it's been considered more stable to go with something like a democracy, because even though power trends towards corruption, having a lot of different individuals holding that power keeps it from becoming as quick of a toxic effect. So keep that in mind. Hell, that's not even communism either. At least that's not how Marx written it. Yeah, I'm sure when we talk about capitalism, there's a lot of different ways capitalism can come about. When we talk about socialism, there's a lot of different ways that socialism can come about. And the same thing for communism, mercantilism. There's probably a lot of other isms, but these are the ones that we deal with on a daily basis. So when you talk about how these things are structured, you also have to recognize that when someone talks about their version of an economic policy, they are going to be butting heads with other people that say they're under the same one because it's not their version of it. So try to be good faith when you have conversations on government structuring. So keep that in mind. A state exists in socialism of all kinds. What you're describing is communism, stateless, classless, moneyless, anarcho-communism. Well, I don't think I described that at all. I just talked about how you would structure a business under socialism would be as a worker co-op. If you're talking about state control and ownership over everything, that's communism. I think I did say that is communism. I'm also looking at I'm trying to scroll through. Let me try to get current. The version of communism that we're talking about came with Lenin and Stalin. Okay. There's the tech snake transformation. To the place where the sheepy belongs. There's Persona saying they're leaving. Constitution is very living. Turns out a lot of people want to make short-sighted decisions that benefit them personally. Who knew? Yeah, that's classic problem throughout all of history. Somebody gets in power, completely disrupts everything for personal benefit, and then causes the collapse of society. Wow, who would have thought? It's why we try to decentralize it so it's not one individual getting that situation. But, you know, you still can't stop it from slowly eroding away even when you separate the keys of power out to as many different holders as you can. Anarchy, fascism. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, but the problem with anarchy is always the power vacuum. Whenever you try to remove power, you could probably succeed for a short time. Oh, listing other isms? Yeah, I guess I was talking more about economic policy than general structure with the isms, because we talk about capitalism, socialism, and communism, but there's very few other isms that are modern conversations revolve around. That seems to be like the big three there. Okay, we're back here. You misunderstand libertarianism. It isn't about putting responsibilities on individuals. It's just about valuing individual rights more than collective rights. Well, that's literally what that is, though. If you put individual rights, how do you enforce individual rights? It requires that individuals stand up for their rights more often. And if individuals do not stand up for their rights, then it gets stomped on. So you have to, if you have, for example, I love this song, but it's so hard for me to talk when I have lyrics that I know going on in my head. Can I just get the Metroid and Chill going? There's not a lot of lyrics there. If you have, for example, an industry that has major environmental impacts, and we need to, as a society, make sure that that corporation does not negatively impact the environment in a way that we find distasteful. There are going to be, in this example, two ways of going about that. One, we'll have a bureaucracy. We'll give the government agency to enforce some sort of code to protect the environment from this business harming it. On the other hand, we will have consumers use their spending in order to affect it, as well as laborers. This will be done through boycotts and strikes. So on the side of bureaucracy, how do you get this even started? Well, it really depends on the structure of your government, but let's say we're using America's representative democracy for this. You're going to need to vote for people to get into power who believe that this should be the way that we go about it. They're going to have to introduce legislation to give power over these businesses in order to enforce any sort of laws over them. You're going to have to hash that out. The devil's in the details there, but let's just say everything goes according to plan and they're able to implement it. You're then going to need to have people with the skills and knowledge to enforce those policies on those businesses in order to keep them from breaking them. Because if you just make a bunch of policies but have no enforcement mechanism, then it's toothless. It was all performative nonsense anyway. So for this bureaucracy to work in a way that would have the desired outcome of stopping businesses from destroying the environment in a way that we don't want, that is a lot of steps to get there. There's a lot of steps removed, and the obvious problem with the bureaucracy is going to be that any step along the way, something could fail to produce the outcome that the people voted for. So let's say the people voted for a representative to do this, but then they don't do it. Well, that's a problem. Let's say they voted for them to do it, but they didn't do it in the way that they were intending to. They made the bureaucracy, but they didn't set the standards in a way that actually enforced it how the people wanted. Well, that's also a problem. But let's take it a step further. Let's say they do make that department. Let's say they do get into power, they do their best, they make a department that has all of the policies, decisions that we want, but the bureaucracy then gets controlled by a board of people that were industry insiders. The people that used to run those businesses that are now under this department's bureaucratic control find themselves sitting on the board. They find themselves sitting on these committees. And so it becomes immediately corrupted. Because if you're going to have a bureaucracy that controls an industry, you need to have people that understand that industry. Otherwise, they're going to be ignorant to how these businesses are run, right? That is a clear problem. You could have on paper understanding of oil drilling, But if you didn't actually work in the oil business, you might not understand all the ins and outs of how they work around it. So your bureaucracy could easily end up with people that are ignorant of what goes on and therefore incapable of making proper restrictions on the businesses that are affecting the environment. Or you could have people that are compromised because even though they are knowledgeable, they are not in that position in order to restrict those businesses. They're actually there to help them. So the bureaucratic path of solving this problem comes with its own can of worms. And if you want to stop businesses from fucking up the environment using bureaucracy, these are the kinds of issues you're going to have to deal with. On the other side, if you want to go more libertarian, you want to have the people hold these businesses to account, well, then you're going to have to make them pay economically. If a business wants to set up shop and affect the environment, then you're going to need to boycott them. You need to make it so that it is economically disadvantageous for them to continue business in that way. On the other side of things, you can have laborers under that business realize the economic impact and they can strike. Boycotts and strikes are the economic levers that consumers can use to control businesses most directly. Like if we're talking about direct effect, then that is the way that a consumer is going to do that in a more libertarian society. And the benefit of this is that the effect is proportional to the society's feelings on it. So if you have a local populace that all thinks that this like deforestation that business is doing is bad, and all of them boycott it and all of them strike it, then you could potentially make that business go out of business. That could be direct impact. However, if it's only like a small subset of the population that wants to stop this, then the business will only be affected proportionally. So let's say 10% of the population doesn't want to support them, then ideally they would lose 10% of their revenue. And in this way, you could have more direct control over the effect. And on paper, that works out great. But the problem is that we don't live in local businesses anymore. It doesn't really happen that way. So the people that face the negative environmental effects of a business almost never are the ones that are the direct consumers of that business. We can look at data centers right now. AI data centers are sucking up water and raising energy prices in the places that they're set up. But the majority of the consumers of the benefit of those AI data centers do not live anywhere near those data centers. They may be completely unaffected by that. So it's very hard for you to boycott and strike things. Let me say this. It's very hard to get widespread consumer cohesion around a boycott or strike in the modern age because a lot of the negative effects of a business are not directly felt by people. And unless it's directly affecting you, a lot of people are just ignorant to a problem or unempathetic to it. And this is the problem with going with a more libertarian route of expecting consumer control over these issues, is that you need to have a critical mass of people participating in a boycott or strike, and we do not have the discipline in our society for that right now. So either way, you're kind of fucked. If you go with the bureaucracy can fail you. If you go with consumer control, the consumer control can fail you. You need, in either situation, a critical mass of the citizenry to be invested in solving the problem. And the less you have of that, the less capable you will be of solving that problem. That was a lot of words to talk about all of that. Let me scroll back up because now I'm behind again. Anarchy is interesting politics-wise. The all thing of Iceland is relatively anarchistic and worked. Worked is a stretch, still impressive how long it lasted. Yeah, I think I started to say this, but the problem with any anarchy is the power vacuum. And whenever you don't have things in power, it doesn't take very long for somebody to want to fill that void. It becomes very difficult for the people maintaining anarchy to stop a critical mass of the population from wanting to have some figure of authority. It just becomes very difficult. Speaking on anarchy, a good thing to research is Revolutionary Catalina. Not speaking for or against, but it's an interesting piece of history. That's what lobbyists are for. Yeah, there's... I know that lobbyist is a boogeyman because clearly there are people that have power that want to maintain power and therefore lobbying is the way they do it. But there are a lot of civil liberties, activist groups that do lobbying. There are a lot of like things for the good of people that have lobbyists too. Lobbying is just basically trying to show that people care about something and getting attention for it at a legislative level. Clearly, people with a lot of money are able to speak louder than others, and that is a clear issue in the way that we currently structure our legislation. But don't think that just because someone's a lobbyist that is a bad thing. Lobbying just means that you are trying to speak on behalf of a constituency, and that shouldn't just be a bad word because there is a lot of good in that too. Margaret Killjoy has a pretty interesting podcast series on Spanish Civil War in Catalina. If you post that down in the advice and opinion section, I'll try to bookmark it in the Discord and I'll look at that if you got it. Business just make money go up? Well, yes, of course a business needs to be profitable. But I feel like this kind of bends back to the earlier conversation on how the market has changed from being slightly speculative to being almost entirely speculative. And that has led to a lot of short-term thinking. Like the strategy of making money is just doing anything you can to make sure your quarterly report shows any amount of growth. And that's going to come at the cost of long-term growth. It also means doing some number fudging and misrepresenting a lot of your finances. But even without talking about doing things that are explicitly illegal and are not getting enforced because our SEC has become completely toothless, a lot of that just comes down to how investment has become almost entirely speculative. Are all libertarians supposed to be pacifists? Aren't they the guys who love guns? Won't they fight back instead of just peaceful strikes and boycotts? It depends. Obviously, any political orthodoxy is going to have limits. You could believe in isolationism when it comes to your place in the world economically, like, hey, we shouldn't get involved in wars, regime changes, and anything overseas. But if your trade vessels get attacked by pirates and are seized, well, then you need to have some sort of counteraction to that, like some sort of defense strategy to protect property that's yours. At a certain point, though, the cost benefit of doing regime change to end the source of the pirate problem will become more valuable than just being reactive to pirate attacks. Having a long-standing blockade is very expensive. Having military escorts for trade vessels is very expensive. So when you talk about being maximalist on your libertarian values of isolationism and not being involved in regime change and stuff like that, that will come at a price. That is expensive if you do not want to intervene in problems abroad that are affecting you trade-wise. And so a lot of people reach that breaking point where your political philosophy is put in a vice grip. And you have to recognize that being principled comes at a price. And for a lot of people, they reach that breaking point and decide to compromise on those values. So, you know, keep that in mind. When you say this political philosophy should behave in this expected pattern, you're right. I do believe that on the face, if you read the label of libertarianism, you're going to be mostly pacifist. That's why the Gadsden flag of "Don't tread on me" is the symbol for a lot of libertarians, because they want to be a venomous snake that just wants to be left alone. But if you strike them, they strike back. It's all protective and defensive. But that political philosophy can be constrained. You can reach a certain point where you get disagreements over what is defensive. Because if you're, in my example of a trade vessel being attacked, you could be defensive about it. You could protect your trade vessel using military might, but that will come with its own problems. It will come with some sort of economic woes. And some people of that persuasion will start differentiating between what is defensive for the purpose of, let's say, maintaining a pure political ideology, and those that are more utilitarian, and noticing that maintaining the purity of the political philosophy is not necessarily advantageous. The ability with how fucked up people are monetarily where they can't afford to strike or boycott without dying. Yeah, clearly, if you are a consumer and we're talking about a good or service that you are not effectively able to boycott or strike, then your ability to hold leverage over that business is meaningless. I think the best example of that is emergency healthcare. If you look at emergency healthcare, you are not able to adequately strike or boycott. I was going to say boycott it, but obviously if you're a nurse working triage and there's something about the way that your hospital operates that you find contemptible, you can't really strike without people dying. Like a nurse, a doctor, even staff members that don't hold those direct, health prescription positions, they can't really strike without people dying. So they have to somehow strike in a clever way, like maybe giving away medication for free, doing something that undermines the business that could hold you legally liable or something like that. And then on the consumer ends of things, if you're trying to boycott emergency healthcare, you can't really do it. You are in an emergency. You need healthcare. You probably don't have the time to boycott individual health institutions. You may not be able to just take an ambulance ride to the next town over because the expense of that is so great. You can't do it. So how do you deal with that? Now, preventative healthcare, you can make a stronger argument for boycotting and striking because obviously your timetables allow for more research and being able to avoid certain healthcare providers or otherwise. So this argument really strongly affects emergency healthcare. But there are obviously any amount of preventative healthcare that goes unchecked eventually becomes emergency healthcare. So there's not a fine line, there's not a strong border between those two things, right? It becomes a gray zone as unprevented healthcare becomes an emergency. So it's not a fine line, keep that in mind. But in this example, I'm using emergency healthcare as a very understandable extreme of where consumer consciousness falls apart. You cannot, as a consumer, meaningfully impact the healthcare business with strikes and boycotts. And so to me, it makes sense that that industry be evaluated differently. How we achieve that, I don't know exactly, because the way that America runs, I wouldn't trust a single payer system. But I also know the system we currently have just doesn't work. Keep people comfortable enough they won't look for alternatives. It is a strategy. There better be a special place in hell for grifters. We should look for... Let's look for justice in the here and now than hoping for supernatural. I know you probably don't mean that literally, but I would really hope that the people that have advocated for the destruction of modern society, the erosion of our guards and our norms, have some sort of justice in the here and now. And the sooner the better. Posted something goofy on my Discord to hopefully get some laughs after all this heavy stuff. Okay. Protection is just a smokescreen for military action. They say the best defense is another $1 trillion for the military. Yeah, there's a lot of that, isn't there? A lot of economic incentive in getting the military to get involved in anything, because we in America have a very large, I know military industrial complex is used a lot, but we have a lot of industry dedicated to manufacturing military goods. So anytime we get involved in military action, we talk about it as spending on defense, and people say, hey, my tax dollars are being spent in this way that I don't agree with. And that is true. But the other end of that is that we have a lot of businesses that are getting money for it. And so that shows up in our GDP. If our military doesn't spend as much, then these other industries they lose a buyer, they lose a customer in the US government. So it reflects negatively on our GDP. And when you are the international reserve currency and your GDP drops, that looks bad for us. So all of these military actions, even though they cause diplomatic issues, as far as trying to keep confidence in the US dollar, we get a little bit more of that, you know? So there's these trade-offs. There's a whole bunch of different political biases where you can find justification one way or another for almost anything. And it becomes about your personal values and how you see stuff. And it's very complicated. It's very easy to stand on a soapbox with your pet economic or government theory and shoot down everything that other people say. But the more well-read you become across a lot of different disciplines, the harder it is to concretely argue against any one thing. And it's just hard, man. It's hard. They say that, I already read that, blame privatized healthcare for that. Yeah, as I said, emergency healthcare privatized is just such a hard thing to try to defend. I think we would be better off with some sort of single payer system. The problem is I just don't trust our current legislator to do it in a way that benefits society. I don't know how they would actually do it in a way that's good for the American public. You could easily point to other countries that have done it and done it well, and try to emulate them, but I don't trust our Congress to do that whatsoever. So anyways, got a new manga. The Solitary Gourmet. Oh, well, you already sold me. A food anime? Love it. Not libertarians, but they do have a solution for pollution. If it violates the non-aggression pact, you're allowed to retaliate with proportional force. Yeah, but the issue with that always comes down to individual evaluations of what that is. The individual evaluating if something breaks the aggression principle and what the proportionality would be. If somebody dumps toxic waste in your lake, then yeah, you're gonna want to take your guns and go blow them up because that is fucked. You just ruined that property, not only the value of it, but like the health and safety for generations. You just ruined it. And that is multiple people's livelihoods. And there would be a lot of people that would be like, yeah, hang them, shoot them, kill them. Because even if they do clean it up, it's still going to be a problem for a long time to come. That, black and white, that's way easier to talk about. But when you talk about like a coal plant, not properly installing their pollutant smokestacks in a way that addresses and the environmental impacts of the weather that comes around. It could negatively affect the pH of rain, could disrupt the growth of soil. You know, you could really get into a lot of nuance on the environmental impacts. And for someone who is directly impacted, they may overstate the effect. And so their proportionality in their response will be affected by that as well. And in the society we currently have, with how easy it is to whip people up into a witch hunt over any little thing, we could see some massive problems in the way that people address their private right protections. Again, so this always comes down to how individuals act in a system. You can come up with the perfect system that can address any problem, and on paper, have it work fine. But when it comes to the people and their emotional states, in their collective consciousness of how they operate in a large group, then things can start to fall apart. So, I don't want to get hung up on the individual definitions of all of these different systems. I know we're talking a lot about libertarianism right now, specifically because I said I lean that way. But you have to be readily capable of understanding the criticisms of whatever pet theory you have. If you're in my chat right now and you think that capitalism sucks and you would want to implement socialism, are you prepared to recognize the problems with socialism? When somebody points out any issue around maybe starting a new business under socialism, would you be able to recognize the problems there? Would you realize that stopping the concentration of wealth under capitalistic means could still end up with a concentration of wealth under socialist policies? Because if you haven't considered those problems, then I have to wonder how much of your leaning in any one direction is because you think it is the best, or is it just not what currently isn't working? If you have a car that the engine doesn't turn on it, and you say, therefore, cars are all bad, I don't think you are assessing the situation properly. There are clearly cars that do work. Just because yours doesn't work doesn't mean cars don't work, right? But then likewise, there are situations where we should look for like public transit, where freight is a better choice, where rail is a better choice, where air travel is a better choice. There are a lot of things that are very attuned to the narrow application they were designed for. And if you are able to recognize what those applications are and where it can be used, then you can also recognize where it fails and where it shouldn't be applied. And the problem with having pure structures, pure systems, is that very frequently they do not account for the situations that exist outside of that narrow range. This is why oftentimes liberalism ends up being the default, because liberalism, even though it does have some very fundamental, like, expectations for the system, it ends up kind of being a mishmash. It kind of just ends up picking and choosing from things that seem to work and don't work, and there isn't like a cohesion that ends up forming from it. It just kind of goes in the direction that people lean towards, and there's benefits and detriments from that. But yeah, labels are hold on, I'm now letting things go and then picking up on it. To be honest, I just create fantasy. All my ideals work because it's fantasy. Yeah, video games are great because you can just make your fantasy to be allegory for things, and it can tell the story you want it to without having to worry about the individual stuff. I read recently that Tolkien intentionally didn't talk about economics in Middle-earth, because if you try to start defining that stuff, you end up creating more problems for yourself as an author. The literary devices of your story end up getting hampered by that. So, ugh. But that doesn't make number go up. That is a problem. When your number don't go up, what are you even living for? Group theory, I've considered them, to be honest. The ambiguity that comes with proportionality already exists in the current system. This isn't really an inherent flaw. I'm not saying it is. I never said it was. I'm pointing out that this is always the issue. That no matter which route you go by, you are going to have issues with the enforcement at a personal level. I could agree with you that I would oh god, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. I could agree with you that my personal biases tend toward... Ow. Why would you do this? Why would you do this to me? I can't believe you would do this. Unbelievable. Get me back over here. My personal biases are that I would rather have consumers have direct control over the... It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. This is terrorism. I can't believe you would do this. That consumers should have more direct control, because I like the idea, personally, of that consumer and laborer proportionality to inflict strikes and boycotts, having control over businesses, then abdicating that to a government authority. Personally, I'm more attuned to that sort of idea. But I recognize the flaws in it. I recognize that if you do not have a consumer base or a strong consensus between laborers to enforce those outputs, then it doesn't work. It objectively doesn't work. So if you have a society that, by the majority, wants to abdicate to a bureaucracy in order to have those outcomes, then being a staunch libertarian who wants to advocate for consumer consciousness isn't going to produce the outcomes that you want. You need to speak to people's biases. So before you could ever introduce the idea of this sort of consumer control, you need to first make sure that the general population is even aware of what the issue is. If we're talking about environmentalism, if we go back to that being the example, we have a large number of people in the US that do not care about the environment at all. Their evaluation of environmental impact is lower than things like their economic woes. If you are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, you probably care more about making sure you and your children's bellies are fed more than you care about the erosion of, cliffs somewhere, the food chain being impacted on some other part of the globe. Like your Maslow's hierarchy of needs is not being directly affected. So it's very hard to get a consumer to care about that. But the longer we go with environmental impacts going unchecked, the more readily it becomes noticeable what those effects are, but also harder to change them. As we have rising tides, the accelerated impact of climate change, the trending upwards of global temperatures, these of the deforestation, pollution of water systems, droughts, the number of problems that we are facing will eventually come home. They will hit close to home. They will start affecting people. And then their attitudes will change towards environmental evaluation. And then once it affects their hierarchy of needs, then we'll probably see people begin to put more weight on that. But if you can't get people to care about that, then it doesn't matter if you go the bureaucratic way or the consumer conscious way. You won't get the outcome you're looking for. So you have to first start with getting people to care about something. Then you need to get them invested in the way that they can directly affect the system, which currently, for a lot of ways, is through the bureaucracy. And then, if you are more libertarian-minded, once you get some amount of movement in that direction, then you could start getting people concerned with the consumer-conscious way of affecting the problem. But we're so many steps removed from that it's basically meaningless. We first need education at some level. All right. Consider ambiguity. Yeah, there we go. Oh, god damn it, don't scroll all the way down. I can think anything you need stuff set up before you transition into demi-socialism. You need a river map of sorts. I know that there's a lot of people that see it as a transitionary phase to communism, and there's a lot of socialists that think that you just stop there. You maintain a socialist framework without the intention of moving on to a post-private property, a state, or some other entity control of resources. So I think it depends on what kind of socialist you're talking about, how you would even go about structuring that. Because if you see socialism as a transition from capitalism to communism, then the way you're going to structure that is going to be entirely different from someone that sees it as a bridge or an endpoint. It's all been abstract away from us. We don't see a lot of the direct impact. I would blame companies for climate change rather than individuals. Yes, for the most part. However, let me give you a little insight into how you could be manipulated by that. Almost any time someone brings up like the top 100 businesses that impact the environment the most, if you're looking at like carbon footprints or potential deforestation, pollution, etc., it almost always comes down to energy providers. You're going to be looking at coal-burning power plants. You're going to be talking about natural gas power plants. It's almost always some sort of energy provider. However, energy providers are probably the businesses that have the most direct form of consumer purchasing to productive output. So while the majority of businesses that contribute to climate change are, they are businesses. They aren't the individuals. Individuals have a lot of control over what they do. When you look at the electric grid, the electric grid has to maintain its power usage within a very slim margin. You can't just like rev up the coal engine and just, store a whole bunch of energy to use later. It doesn't work that way. Power storage is incredibly expensive and inefficient. You don't want to have a whole lot. Oh yeah, look at that tail. Look at that tail cam. Oh yeah. Look at it. You like that tail? I hope you do. And you can't go under a certain amount of electric output. If you do, then the whole grid will shut down. You need to maintain a very slim margin of almost exact electric output. So when we talk about consumers not overspending, overusing electricity, that does have a direct impact. And I don't want people to diminish that. And the same goes for a lot of other environmental impacts as well. You as an individual can make a big change just in your personal habits. Where that falls apart, and the obvious thing that everyone will point to, is when businesses at large scale do things that affect the environment. So they will point, the fallacy here is pointing to a coal company and being like, look at the level of climate disruption that this energy producer is doing. We need to do something about that. And that is a red herring. Instead, right now, the big one that we're looking at is AI data farms. These AI data farms, are they the ones that are directly causing environmental impact? No. Currently, they level some amount of property and then they slurp up a bunch of water. But after they've slurped up the water, a lot of it just gets recycled within the company as they use it for cooling and whatnot. I'm not going to downplay that environmental impact. We currently have a big problem with the water table throughout the United States. So having AI data sitters take the water isn't some glib thing you can forget about. But the bigger part is that they have a huge environmental impact in the amount of power that they require. But if you just look at the companies that affect the environment, you won't see that reflected in their carbon footprint. You see it reflected in the company that provides the power. And so people like to point fingers at them, but they don't look at all of the downstream from it, all of the things that have led to them being that. So you are right in that individuals are not as directly responsible for the environmental impacts that we've seen over the past 100 years. That is mostly coming from companies and whatnot, but you have to recognize how your individual engagement with these downstream businesses affect that upstream of businesses that are contributing to there. If everyone in the country decided that we don't want to acknowledge AI, then AI data centers would not be built. And if AI data centers wouldn't be built, they wouldn't be sucking up water and electricity, and that would be reflected in the emissions of energy producers. We could also talk about how coal and oil and other natural resources lobby and, maintain their power that way. So again, as with everything else, it's a very complicated and interconnected web of a lot of different systems and individuals and things going on. Just know that you as an individual do have some responsibility and you should exercise it. That's what I want to say. Don't completely abdicate because you are aware that businesses have a bigger impact, but know that you're contributing as long as you are supporting the businesses that are being abusive to the environment. I don't want you to feel like it is wholly your responsibility, but don't abdicate all of it away. You do have some responsibility as a consumer. You have to explain to people how it affects them. Look at how many people regret voting for the current admin. Yeah, there's a lot of that too. Like, we could talk all through 2024 about how tariffs were going to cause consumer prices to increase because it is an import tax, but people are just not educated on it. They get told, hey, we're going to tariff this country, and therefore they are going to pay more money to do business with us. And people just believed it, even though that's not how any of this works at all. Like, at a certain point, you can't even have a lot of discussions on what policies are when there's such a fundamental misunderstanding of what they do. It comes down to education, and because of the way partisan politics are right now, it's very hard to have those good faith discussions because everything ends up being very buzzwordy for one side or another. If you talk about tariffs as an import tax, a lot of people immediately check out because you're just spreading anti-Trump propaganda. You just have TDS. And you can't have the conversation because they immediately check out. So if you want to educate people on how these policies affect, it's very difficult to navigate the landmines of the culture war without stepping on one and completely blowing up the conversation. The face-eating leopard seems like a good idea at the time. Yeah, but it's very condescending. It's easy for me to poke fun at people that should have been well aware of what was going to happen. Like, talking about the soybean farmers that last year got absolutely fucked by the China tariffs, because the counter tariffs that China imposed meant that there's no way people were going to import soybeans from America to China, and instead got them from Argentina. Like, that absolutely fucked them over, but at the same time, they knew that Trump was going to start a trade war with China, and they were going to be directly affected by that, and yet they were surprised when it happened. Like, to me, it seems like that should have been obvious. However, they didn't see that as a possible outcome, and because of that, they were negatively impacted in such a way to make them regret their vote. I don't know what you say to that, because to me, it seems like something that you should make fun of. But there's a lot of people where they were looking at the idea of tariffs being introduced that would shore domestic production here in America. A lot of the ideas of using tariffs is to protect domestic industry. That's what you would want to use a tariff for. If there is some foreign entity that is doing something with their policies that so strongly negatively affect our domestic production, our domestic manufacturing, you would want to do a tariff to make sure that our domestic industries are competitive so that we don't get just blown out. And so what you would want to do in an ideal situation is introduce the idea of these tariffs and then allow for potential construction of new manufacturing places in America. And then once the manufacturing has been put in place, then the tariffs go into place so that you can allow for those industries to be built up here. The problem is that's not how we did it. Trump just blanket leveled tariffs across the entire world. And when that happened, if it wasn't an industry that we had any domestic market for, then everyone's just paying more money and not getting any benefit out of it. Laborers aren't getting any security, and also the consumer is not getting a better product for it. It's just revenue going towards the government. And it's being paid for by consumers, the people at the lowest level in the economic hierarchy here. So just absolutely horribly implemented. Then the fact that it was on again, off again, where, you know, the tariffs would go up, the tariffs would go down, means that if anybody did want to try to create some sort of domestic market where they could build factories or something like that, there's no guarantee that the tariffs were still going to be there 2 years from now when you're done building the factory and hiring your laborers. If you wanted to try to speculate, hey, this is some manufacturing industry that we need to shore here in America. Trump put these tariffs on all of these other companies. In 2 years, let's have a working industry here in America so that we can produce on a world scale and compete. Well, 2 years later, the tariffs aren't even in place. And now you're competing with the third world countries and your prices don't match, and we don't have consumer consciousness to actively boycott other countries. Well, then you just spent 2 years of debt building up your industry only to be left out in the cold. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody's stupid enough to do that. And so these tariffs don't have the desired effect of shoring domestic manufacturing. Sadly, for some of those people, apocalypse is probably going to be the only real motivator, and then you're kind of hosed. Yeah. Again, there's a lot of people that are incapable of recognizing problems that don't directly affect them. I think all of us do. I'm not going to make this into like a certain subsect of the population. I think all of us have that bias where unless we are directly affected, we don't have the recognition of an issue. There are situations where we can become aware of this, but it is not the norm. When you are not directly affected by something, you normally aren't aware of it, and you have to be made aware of it. And especially when it's something that goes against your worldview, or having to change your lifestyle in order to make an impact on it becomes the way you express care for it, there's even more hurdles to stop you. So this is a problem with all of sentience. I don't even think it's just a human problem. I think this would be an anything problem, is having to deal with problems ahead of time before they affect you is almost impossible. People just don't have the empathy to deal with it. The people yearn for the Great Reset. There's an idea, I'm not going to talk about this a lot because we could talk about it forever, but there's an idea of accelerationism where there's people that want radical change, but instead of making the changes directly themselves, they would rather hope for complete societal collapse so that out of the ashes, they can build their pet economic or governmental theory up. Because it'd be easier to make radical change than it would incremental change. I understand people's frustration with incremental change. You may not see the change in your lifetime, but historically, revolutionary change has not been positive. There has been instances where it has worked, but there were so many variables that came into effect to allow that to work positively that it actually turned out well. But if you look at the majority of cases where a revolution happened, you almost always end up with an even worse, like, despot, dictator, or something taking over. It almost never works. So hoping for that kind of outcome is, you're kind of gambling. You should rather push for incremental change, cultural change that then impacts economic and legislative change. Try to push in that direction. Don't fall for the idea of the glorious revolution, because not only will there be so much pain and misery that comes about as part of civil war and revolution that probably won't make you feel like it was worth it in the long run, but you're also trying to bet that your people are the ones that will come out on top and not an even worse version of whatever already existed or some other third party. Turns out that the top business polluting the earth is the US military, but that's a whole other topic. You know what? Possibly. Individual control is just a drop in the bucket though, but businesses use far more. Yes, but businesses are affected by individuals contributing to them. You are a drop in the bucket, but if a business is the bucket, then a lot of people are contributing to that bucket. You can't just look at yourself as a speck, like the snowflake in the avalanche. To some extent, you're right that businesses do get to operate outside of what individual consumers want. And there's truth in that, but there's also truth in how your individual actions affect the outcome. They are both true. It is contradictory, it's unintuitive, but businesses do get to act without concern for the consumers, but they can only do that so long without the consumers' consent. If all of these businesses stop being invested in by consumers, they would lose their money, they would go out of business. But we also know that there's businesses that are able to act on the input of a few whales. And so you would have to go downstream and find out where those whales are getting their money and stop giving money to them. And it's a whole fucking web of a mess. Both can exist, both can be true. We can hold businesses to account, we can also hold individuals to account. Just don't get caught up in some axiom that makes you think that all responsibility is on the business or that all responsibility is on the individual. Both are a failure. You need to have both. You need to hold yourself to account. You need to hold your neighbor to account. You also need to hold big businesses to account. All of them. Speaking of politics, you forgot to collect your taxes. Oop. Oh well. Holy shit, the chat is going. You know, I'm always surprised Michigan isn't even in the top 5 states for cheapest water bills. We're a peninsula surrounded by so much fresh water. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure there's other reasons for it. There may be some sort of like protectionary legislation on how much water they can draw out and supply economics and blah, 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 blah that might be affecting it. So that I could see that making sense. But yeah, intuitively, you would think one of the Great Lake states would have cheap water because there's so much fresh water there. But I'm sure there are reasons. People only go off sound bites and headlines. Yeah, that is... Comprehension of the news is very focused on clickbait, where people will read a headline and no further than that, and it leads to some really poor comprehension of what's going on. That goes for drama bullshit as well as wide sweeping policies. I'm just at a point where I let them get burned. I'm tired of bad faith shit, especially around people's rights. Yeah, it's exhausting. That's part of the point of it too, for the people that are doing it intentionally and maliciously, is to gish gallop all of the problems that we're facing, so that trying to hammer in and detail any one particular part of a problem becomes a like life-consuming commitment to extracting the truth from it. It's very, it's exhausting. In regards to the farmers, they thought they were going to get bailed out like last time. The only surprise was the fact they didn't get bailed out. I suppose so, but I don't think anyone wants to be in the position where they get directly bailed out. I think what they were hoping is that the tariffs would have carved out a provision to make sure that they were unaffected, but because of the way that Trump went about implementing the tariffs, it was not precise and they were affected by it more than they thought they would. I think that imprecision on the part of the administration is what was upsetting to a lot of the people that were very dyed-in-the-wool MAGA. But as we've seen over the course of the year, it doesn't take a lot to get them back in the fold. So I'm not exactly sure how much of a long-term pain that's going to be, but we'll just have to see. We're paying for the price of cheap outsourcing. We are. For instance, Chinese electric cars are so much better and cheaper than US ones that they have to be tariffed to stop our industry from collapsing. Yeah, that is going to be something that you'll see, is that even though a lot of the tariffs were implemented in a way that did not benefit domestic businesses, that doesn't mean that all of them were. We are still getting some businesses that do benefit from the tariffs. The problem is that consumers never benefit from the tariff. If you're only looking at it from the economics of consumer side, then tariffs are always a detriment to the consumer. The consumer will always have to pay more prices for what could be argued a worse product. The same product at a higher price or a worse product at a higher price, no matter what. So what you're supposed to be doing tariffs for is the benefit of the laborers, not the consumer. And at the end of the day, there's just a lot of these tariffs that don't benefit our laborers, because a lot of the tariffs are affecting industries that we don't even have domestic laborers for. Legitimately, thank you for knowing what you're talking about on this stuff. You got a good noggin. Thank you, Queso. Whenever it hits a topic that I'm unsure of, I try to put as many qualifiers saying I think, I feel, it's my understanding of, etc., because I know that there's a lot of things I don't get. And one of the big things I want you all to take away from this is that things are fucking complicated. It's fucking complicated, man. It's difficult. And whenever you have people that are activists, or at least just, let's say, very politically active, it's enticing to want to reduce everything down to a very intuitive set of limited expressions of their ideals. And that's comfortable. It feels nice to reduce everything down to like a common problem or a common understanding in order to attack it in a way that's comprehensive. But this is often wrong. It's just outright wrong because it doesn't grasp the totality of everything coming into it. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. I hope, if anything, you all walk away from these conversations just understanding that things are complicated, but I also don't want you to walk away feeling like there's nothing to do, that it is entirely out of your control because it's complicated. What it just means is that you need to have better understanding. You need to be well understood in a lot of different disciplines to try to get what is happening in the world. And I'm not an expert in any field. I just dip my toes in a lot of different waters. Okay? So if you look up to me at all on this, don't just adopt my political ideas and my comprehension, try to adopt a more worldly view where you try to understand things from more perspectives. If you do that, if your idea of growth in understanding politics is to just be smarter about things, to be more knowledgeable about things, then your downstream of that will be to have a better idea of how to write and implement policies in a way that benefits everyone. What do you think about the libertarian argument slogan, taxation is theft? I just know intuitively that something isn't quite right with it, but I'm not able to articulate it. The problem with anything being absolute like that is that it will always come under scrutiny once implemented. So if we say that all taxation is theft, then I can understand it from the position of there are protections and services that you expect from the government, but the government doesn't give you the right to negotiate that at all. You're not allowed to pick and choose what parts of the government you want to fund. If it was something voluntary, where when tax season came around, you said, well, I like the fire department. I like the safety inspectors for roads and bridges, but I don't care too much for the police department, and I don't want to pay the salary of the congressmen that are over me. If you were able to pick and choose what things you wanted to voluntarily give your money towards, then the idea of taxation as theft would be meaningless, right? Because everything would be voluntary. The problem is that everyone would, not everyone, but the majority of people would just volunteer nothing. They would just not pay anything. And so all of these systems and things would fall apart. The compulsion to have to pay for stuff that the government does is where the idea of it being theft comes about. That's just, you know, on an intuitive level, you're being shaken down for money, and then the government just decides to do what it wants with it. There's a lot of programs that get earmarked. We try to budget them. We try to spend money on the things that we would want. But then once it gets into the coffers of the government and the emotional, the biased, the motivated actions of those in power, then kind of just gets what they want. And they can just spend how they want. And so, you know, there's you come back to the problem of how do you take authority over the people in authority? Because if you try to appeal to a higher authority, then who has authority over them? And so you just end up in this circle, because we could recognize that there's all of these services that need to be done in society, and that it takes resources to do those services. Talking about road repairs, you need to get the goods and the labor to maintain a road. That takes resources. But if you're not allocating resources, the job can't get done. And then if the only people that care to do that are people that are already rich, let's say you have a big business that wants to make sure that the roads to their businesses are intact, well, then they get control over the roads. And that means the passage of people going over them will be put into the hands of that business. And you'll probably end up with tolls or something like that, because to them, they're the ones fronting the bill. They should have control over it. And I don't think I can argue against that. It's basically their private property. But then that also impacts how other businesses interact with those roads. And you can end up with them, if you have a competitor to that business, then they won't have access to it. And you can basically price people out, and you end up with concentration of wealth and all of the regular problems that you get with unmitigated capitalism. So we can say that taxation is theft in that you have to appropriate money from constituents in order to pay for public works. And when you don't have direct control over that, then it feels like theft. I guess that's just the basics of it. But at the same time, you need to have, I don't want to say you need to have, but it seems to be necessary to have public control over goods and services in society in order to stop there from being direct monopolization of those services by those with the power to control them. You're not going to get a simple system that hashes all of that out. As long as you are taking money from people and having the government appropriate it, you can easily make the argument that taxation is theft because it's being used in a way you don't want it to. Your money, your labor, your property is being taken and somebody else decides to use it in a way you don't want. That fucking sucks. But at the same time, if you don't have a system like that, you can very easily end up with one where you have nothing because there was no protections to stop some other entity from doing the same thing but worse. So, you come down to the messy situation of it just really matters what the critical mass of the citizenry want and how active they are in maintaining the guardrails for that system. I know that feels like a complete non-answer to the question, but it's because the absolute of believing that taxation is theft is going to require you to muddle in the gray zone of what is theft and how you avoid that. Taxation is only theft when it's wasted on the wrong applications and not used for the betterment of the public, so it's not a false statement but misleading one. Kind of says what I said. Saying it's theft is either ignorance or blatant misrepresentation. When you make any form of organized society, taxes follow because you need to pay for shit. Yeah, that's taxation without representation and another slogan libertarians misrepresent. I can see a lot of people, I swear I didn't read down through this beforehand, but we're seeing the different sides of that all pan out here in chat, where everyone can kind of recognize that when you get taxed and your money's taken and it's used for the things you don't want, that fucking sucks. That makes you want to rebel against society because you don't want your money going to blowing up schoolgirls on the other side of the world. But we also know that those taxes are used to create public works for those to get a better life without being serfs to the oligarchs. So there's going to be both ends, the two sides of the coin. We can recognize when taxation feels like theft, and we can recognize when it feels like a social safety net. If a thief steals from someone, then uses a part of it to fix their front door, does that take away from the quality of it being theft? Probably how they'd answer. Yeah, that's basically how anyone would structure that argument, is that, you know, if someone comes and takes your stuff, but then they do good things with it, does it make up for it being theft? Well, no. At the end of the day, you should be the one that's deciding it. But we also recognize that if everyone lived independent of each other and we didn't have that sort of collectivist ideal, then all of society falls apart, because then the division of labor and all of that comes into question and you end up with problems that way. Both sides have points and both sides have flaws. If you look at it as a very absolute, as all taxation is theft, then you end up in a society that cannot maintain itself. And if you look at it as taxation is never theft, then you end up in a situation where you live under a totalitarian regime that can do no wrong. I think everyone can recognize that there is a problem with both sides of this. and you need to be able to comprehend when one has gone too far. If they keep bringing up thief, they're not looking for a conversation, they're looking for rage bait. Well, it's more, it comes back to, it doesn't have to be rage bait. It just comes down to the idea of ideological purity, right? We talked about this earlier with how like a libertarian would not want to be involved in regime change in another country. But if you are only reactionary, that puts a lot of strain on your economic empire. And at a certain point, people with that ideological purity will break because they will realize that maintaining the purity is not as beneficial as breaking away from it. And you could say that's a moral failing. You could say that is some other kind of failing on the part of the individual, but it's a reality that maintaining ideological purity for the sake of ideological purity comes with its detractions. It's what is it? Being that inflexible with your ideology will mean that you have to take the handicaps that come with it. And so a person that aligns themselves absolutely with an ideology and is uncompromising in it is going to have issues in its implementation. And so you have to understand where compromises need to be made. My tax dollars aren't going to things that benefit me. It must be bad. Well, I mean, that is how a lot of people see it. That comes back to what we were saying with environmentalism, where somebody doesn't like it if it doesn't impact, if it's something that helps someone that isn't them. You could see that with a lot of the ways that social safety nets get implemented, where somebody down on their luck gets helped by a system. And then once they get wealth, they then advocate against the very system that benefited them. People call it pulling the ladder up behind them. It's a normal thing. It happens so often that once people have theirs, they want to keep it and not give back. And I don't know what you do about that mentality, but it's such a prevalent mentality that it's hard to stop from being implemented. Because if people get power from a social service and then remove that power, what do you do to stop that? It's just difficult. Eotidiss supports voluntary funds instead of involuntary taxes. You're truly a libertarian leaning. Well, I'm talking about, do not mistake description for prescription. Whenever you ask me to describe things, I'm trying to tell you my understanding of them. I'm telling you what is, not what ought. In my understanding, it would be very nice to have a libertarian tax code where you decide where your taxes go so that you can fund the departments that you would want. I think that would be nice. The problem is that I am aware of the failings of that and how it would be gamed. The system could be gamed very easily. And for example, if the majority of our tax revenue comes from major corporations would not want to fund the SEC that oversees them and make sure that there's no antitrust collusion, stuff like that going on. So very easily, big problems there. I would want it to be that way, but until we have a society that reflects those ideals, I can't knowingly advocate for some system like that, you know? A lot of things would be underfunded if people chose to pick and choose. Yeah, exactly. Some of them definitely do, but a majority of them truly view the state as a thief that extorts people of their money at gunpoint. Yeah, that is the ideologically pure version of taxation is theft. Any sort of compulsion to give your money to the state is theft. because it comes under duress. If you don't do what they say, they throw you in jail. You cannot resist, or else, you know, fuck you. Will pistol whip you, if not kill you. Oh God. Even still, the issue with that is the mindset. They've already decided, and the burden of proof is never on them to prove the point. Especially for someone like me who only hates the government, but the voters too. I like to say that I never argue against absolutes. Well, that's the point. You can find the same thing with any ideology. You could go find tankies on Twitter that believe in the beauty and I want to say sanctity, but that also feels condescending, of an authoritative state where the people in charge would be the competent, compassionate people advocating on behalf of those that work beneath them. And there would be rigidity to the rules that would make sure that everything goes right. And because they have this pure ideology, it is very difficult to bring in any muddlements. I don't think that's a word, but any of the gray area there where things become difficult to argue. Because again, they don't live under that system. They live under a different system. It's very easy to criticize the system you live under over the ideal one that you want to live under. And once that happens, if you're not able to make somebody recognize that, then it's never going to be a good faith discussion, right? That's just how it is. Ideological purity is only useful on paper. Once you implement things in the real world, you have to be able to recognize the shortcomings of the purity and be able to compromise. Because if you don't, then you are going to suffer with all of the consequences of everything that falls outside the narrow band that your pure ideology addresses. Will gaming Gunfire start at 7? I don't know, man. We're having a pretty good conversation right now. I feel like everyone's being good faith, and I feel like we're being productive here. I do need to take the dog for another walk. It has been like 4 hours since he's had a walk, and I know he wants to go on another one. So we may need to wrap this up so that we can switch to Gunfire. Only a Sith deals in absolutes there, which is an absolute statement, which is funny. Everyone loves that. Crazy as it sounds, I've had libertarians, when I accuse them of their purity culture, respond with them asking me if rape is bad in all cases. Then they link it back to taxes. As to them, both are a violation of property. Yeah, but okay, this is a very uncomfortable conversation, so we're not going to hold on it that long, but there's obviously degrees of sexual abuse and rape. So, you know, there's some people that would say having sex with a trans person that didn't disclose their trans condition would be considered rape because they wouldn't have considered it otherwise. But there's a lot of people that would argue that that is like a personal health concern. And as long as it didn't directly affect the other person, then that is not sexual abuse. And so you start getting into edge cases where or there's like, if you go to France and you greet somebody, you can kiss them on the cheek and they can give you a kiss back, right? For some people, that would be sexual assault because it's unwanted sexual contact. But over there, it would be a cultural norm for that to happen, and it's not seen the same way. So yeah, when you're dealing with somebody that's looking at things through an ideologically pure lens, trying to bring up edge cases and where the devil's in the details is always going to be like dragging someone kicking and screaming into reality. But the truth is that things are not pure. And if you try to say all theft is bad, then we can sit here and contrive situations where theft could be acceptable, or degrees of theft where the proportionality maybe doesn't allow for such a rigid response to it, right? I think we can all agree on that, is that anyone, if you are somebody that holds a very pure ideological lens of the world, it is probably because you have not taken into account edge cases. That is where all problems come from. It's where the erosion of guards and norms happens. It's almost never like, you know, murder is bad, therefore we can rigidly say you should never kill anyone. Because then the moment you have a self-defense case where someone gets killed, you've now introduced a whole new can of worms. Well, if somebody's trying to kill you, and in the process of defending yourself, you killed them, is that morally wrong? Well, there's some societies that would say yes. There's a lot of societies that would say no. We try to carve out exclusions for situations like that. But hopefully you understand what I mean. There's always going to be edge cases. There's always going to be an element of compromise. There's going to be an element of negotiating in society. And since this is happening on a social level between disparate groups of people at all different walks of life, and as things evolve and change over time, where the same groups of people that would say one thing in one situation decades later may be saying something completely different, that conversation is always happening and it's always changing. In French, the kissing on the cheek is only for close family members. For friends or sometimes mutual rare cases, they mimic kiss each other on the cheeks, get within an inch of each other and kiss the nose, depending on Okay, all right, well, you know, count me wrong on that, but it's an example of where culturally things are different and how someone would perceive something one way may be different from another, intent, blah, 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 blah. It's a little naive to be so committed to doctrine. Well, it's simple. It's when you especially see this with younger people. I know that I felt that way, especially if you asked me 20 years ago, 15 years ago, about my libertarian leanings, I would definitely have a much more ideologically pure version of the world. And it's because it has all the answers for you. As long as you don't look at the criticisms, or at least in a good faith way, you can distill everything down to a bunch of very sensible things that you have very quick reactions to. Someone can throw you a problem and you can post hoc rationalize every answer to it, right? Well, that is the thing. Again, you're quack quack. I feel like every time I describe something, you attribute it to prescription. That when I tell you that something is the way it is, I'm not telling you that that is the way I think it should be. When I tell you that somebody comes up with the rule that all murder is bad, and then a situation of self-defense arises, I'm not saying that I have conflated killing with murder. I am saying that somebody that set up the rules didn't take that into consideration. But it is an edge case that should have been considered. And if we did have a rule that all murder is bad, and then a self-defense case comes up, then it becomes a compromise that the original writers of that rule need to integrate, right? That's the principle I'm talking about. Is that when you come up with these rigid rules, on the surface, you want to make sure that society isn't killing each other. So you say murder bad, get rid of murder. Don't kill anyone. Killing bad. But then you end up in a case where someone killed someone as part of self-defense, and any observer that seems good faith should want them to be protected from self-defense, from being, you know, jailed for self-defense. Then, what's the next step down from that? Well, what happens when somebody contrives a situation where they can claim self-defense to get away with murder? What about when you have somebody that basically frames somebody else as the aggressor and then kills them in retaliation? Well, then you need to make an exception for the exception, right? Then we're going more rungs of the ladder down into the depths of this convoluted issue of killing. That this is also how you end up with manslaughter versus murder, gross negligence instead of murder. All of these different ways to try to articulate the variety of ways that people get killed. And as a society, you need to be able to navigate all of these very complex situations with some amount of clarity. But it's hard, man. It's fucking hard, and it's never gonna be done perfectly. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that I've conflated murder with killing. I'm just saying that you need to be able to make compromise, and you need to be able to account for edge cases. Hopefully that's clear. Murder bad, but war okay. I mean, yeah, that's a can of words. It's indeed a conversation and not a competition. I don't think anything here has been simplified to that much of a generalization as well. Yeah. The only two absolutes is that shit is complicated and people are stupid. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, we all have our blind spots. We all have our biases. You could talk about people being less educated or ignorant than others, but people have their specialties and the places where their interests have culminated in their life. And there's just so much of that. Why don't we leave that there? I am gonna go take the dog for a walk. Look at this good boy. Oh, you can't because the webcam is down. There we go. Give him head scratches. Yeah. He's a good boy. I am sweating in my room. It's rough. I'm about to go on a walk out into some like 70-degree weather, so I'm gonna be sweating even harder. But when we come back, we'll play some Gunfire Reborn. We got the mid-season update to test things out on, and we'll play some Vtuber games. Thanks everyone for participating in the conversation. This makes me feel way better when we're talking with each other instead of me just up here. It feels like a lecture whenever I'm just talking about my opinions and other people aren't participating. So I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I did. We'll do it again sometime. We'll see about that. But for right now, I'm gonna put you all on a BRB. I will probably be back in a half hour after the walk, and then we'll do some Gunfire. So I will see you all soon. Cool. Yeah, I got juice in there. What about you? Oh, he's spinning. Oh, he's spinning, boy. Oh, shit. Shut up. Do it ever stop spinning? Oh, that's my wall.
They'd have to do like 10 times the damage.
Would anyone believe me if the white goopy stuff on my mouse and keyboard is icing? It's icing. from the cinnamon rolls, guys. It's cinnamon roll icing.
Of course.
Oh, it's everywhere now. Oh, they were shooting me after I teleported. I got the cream all over.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my YouTube tutorial, Mario Kart 64. Why is that in the air? We're gonna go to Peach's Castle. If you didn't know, this is actually an area you win over here at the end of every cup in the solo player game. I just thought you know, can't go into the castle.
You just get into the first place podium first. That gives you first place.
I was gonna be so mad if I fell in the lake. My own bit ruined because.
Uh-oh. He's gonna have armor, so the fire won't do as much, but when he goes down to his flesh, you'll probably just melt him. We'll see. Get in there. Alright, yeah. I'll kick him down. Oh. Might be. I was just gonna break his armor so that you could finish him off. I didn't think. I'm so sorry. Skill and ability to die that way, okay? You know, you gotta give me credit for that. That was a very specific way I... Oh, bow guy.
Oh, bow guy.
They do draw aggro. You can't not look at them. Alright, plunging attack on him. Oh! Ah!
Oh shit.
Fake.
The mountains are fake? Alright, nuke him.
Betrayed. Go, go, go!
His balls. Oh, the fire's down. It's done.
Oh, it was wonderful.
I think we might win this one.
Go.
I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Search. Doesn't really matter. Excuse me, wasn't me. I didn't sneeze. You didn't hear that. I'm not sick. I'm fine. I'm not having lasagna withdrawal. I'm completely normal and I can quit garlic bread at any point. God, I hate how long that takes. Don't you guys hate how long that fight takes?
Yeah, it takes for fucking ever.
Ugh.
What do y'all bring? What do you guys bring to the raid? What's going on?
A bunch of industrial goth music.
Postage stamps that are just postage stamps and nothing else.
Stairs. You know? That you lick and put on an envelope?
Yeah, it'll send you somewhere, for sure.
My bad, dog.
As long as she's not putting graphics up on the screen. When doing the Act 3 platforming challenge, you can jump onto this stick right here and pass up almost the entire challenge to get to this. Easy as that. Have you ever seen the Foundry do that shit before? Before doing like a big loop of the game and getting super maxed out, shooting the worm, what was that, 4 times? 5 times? And killing him? Come on. Succubus. Cosmic Dragon. Moss Bunny. Firefox. Void Kitty. Tech Snake. Candy Slime. And Frost Griffin. Oh yeah, I see, like the bottom right
it's
side
like
of
right.
it.
Yeah, when you back
Yeah,
up.
there's a mini barrel there.
Yeah. It's like inside the other barrel. Weird.
That's super weird.
Come on, back up, Dips. Back up. Back up.
Oh, well.
She's gonna shoot it
I was gonna shoot it.
with pin and see if it pins it. Yeah! What?
It's not inside the barrel.
What the fuck? I could have put a trap at this window? Well, I guess no one would climb into this window.
That's
Okay,
super weird. When I look at you head on, you can't tell a difference. How horrifying.
I mean,
Oh,
Just
the
like that thing.
consequences.
There we go. I hit the right.
I would rather just not get art than art of me as a human. Gross. Disgusting. Putrid even. Bleh. If you're here in this stream and you're looking for a human, you're in the wrong stream. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Go. A key? Oh my god! Jump scared the shit out of me! Holy fuck!
Cool. Yeah, I got juice in there. What about you? Oh, he's spinning. Oh, he's spinning, boy! Oh, shit! Shut up. Do it ever stop spinning?
No! No!
Chat. He was making fun of me.
Yeah, I'm really creaming him about it.
Wow. Chat.
What, do you not like getting roasted?
Oh god.
You didn't realize that collabing with me would have such a steep price to pay.
Oh, you're as cold as ice, just like what fell on the floor with my coffee.
Oh.
You're a motherfucker, you know that?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Those puns have been brewing for a while.
I hate here. I want to go.
I would worry less and less about trying to help everybody and to help the people that don't want it or can't really accept it, and more so just focus on helping the people that will respond to it. And then by changing one person at a time, you'll start changing more and more without you even knowing. That's all I can really
Was
say.
your name Elias, was it?
Elias.
Well, thank you
Elias
very
Navarro.
much. Lila Pitts, it was nice talking with you. Hey, Mihiro, after
I hope I
talking,
can help.
after talking to a couple people, I feel more resolved now than I ever had before. You want to join me in this heist and getting all of the alcohol out of Aether?
Sounds like a plan. Put her there.
Yeah. All right.
That's completely.
Oh, Mr. Elias. Mr. Elias. Giving me a drink is probably not going to help me at all.
Do you need anything moistened up?
What's this one? It's this one. Okay.
No, I'm alright.
That sounds so wrong on so many levels.
I was going to say something, but I kept it to myself.
Oh man.
Okay, there you go.
I'm a mistress of the moist, a woman of the wetness.
I'll just be a.
I'm just here to make sure that everybody stays hydrated and everything, you know?
I just please just call me Aurelia. Not that.
Oh, I was talking about myself here. Nice to meet you, Aurelia. I'm Lila Pad.
Mr. Moist. I think maybe. I don't fucking know, man. How much was?
Oh, he left.
Black hole gun, won't you come and wash away the crabs? Black hole gun, won't you come? Won't you come? Being able to sense the weather in your knees.
I don't know what it is, but yes, you're entirely correct.
Yeah.
Look, this initial conversation, you don't need to be a genius to understand that they're being like, who the hell are you? Like, what? Where did you come from? Like,
Ew! They're
Yeah?
asking who you are and where you came from!
Tell them I'm always comments. And look, it is, the community bicycle. Patchwitch! Hey, everyone say hello, welcome in, community bicycle, everyone, Patchwitch!
Statue?
Alpaca, like, no offense to Helldivers 2. Always have a great time, always fun with Helldiver 2s. Literally the only reason I'm playing this is that my Monster Hunter Wilds crashed, like...
3 times.
Hey guys, guess what just happened?
No fucking
Yeah,
way.
I see you running in place.
My Helldivers 2 just crashed.
Way. Oh my god.
I think that might be a computer issue versus...
I think I'm gonna clip that for one. Am I wrong, or am I right? I will take the dick with 3 balls.
That's the time where I can actually mean to teleport.
If you look to the rear of the vehicle, you will notice a mounted 22 mm.
You can't tell me things and then cut to a loading screen. I mean, you can. You obviously just did, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't do that. Wait.
Manual identity verification team failed to report, granting emergency maintenance access.
What? Why did I kill screen that? Why did we come back here?
Emergency access granted.
Why am I back here? Did I do something wrong? I don't think I did.
Absolute loser. What a loser. Evil Banishing Talisman. You love to
be fair.
She was one of those people that was like so old she could tell a thunderstorm was coming in her knees or something.
Oh, Jesus. That was my freshman history teacher, and I have basically the same opinion of him.
Right?
Like,
there's
like,
something about being a crotchety old bitch and being able to sense the weather in your knees.
I don't know what it is, but yes, you're entirely correct.
Yeah. He didn't live very long, did he?
Cool. Yeah, I got juice in there. What about you? Oh, he's spinning. Oh, he's spinning, boy. Oh, shit. Shut up. Do it ever stop spinning?
Completely normal, and I can quit garlic bread at any point. Black hole gun, won't you come and wash away the crabs? Black hole gun, won't you come? Won't you come?
Oh god.
You didn't realize that collabing with me would have such a steep price to pay.
Oh, you're as cold as ice, just like what fell on the floor with my coffee.
Oh.
Get your motherfucker, you know that?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Those puns have been brewing for a while.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate it here. I want to go home.
Oh, bow guy.
Oh, bow guy.
They do draw aggro. I can't not look at them. Alright, plunging attack on him.
Look, this initial conversation, you don't need to be a genius to understand that they're being like, who the hell are you? Like, what? Where did you come from? Like...
Ew! They're asking who you are and where you came from!
Tell him I'm always coming! That's my secret cap! This should work just fine. Should, I don't know. Jury's kind of out on that one. Not sure if Reincarnation level 10 4-player version Act 1 boss is gonna get us or not, guys. Isn't he supposed to show up? Succubus. Cosmic Dragon. Moss Bunny. Firefox. Void Kitty. Hex Snake, Candy Slime, and Frost Griffin.
What are y'all bringing? What are you guys bringing to the raid? What's going on?
A bunch of industrial goth music.
Postage stamps that are just postage stamps and nothing else.
You know? That you lick and put on an envelope?
Yeah, it'll send you somewhere, for sure. That's super weird.
Fine, back up, Dips. Back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up, back up.
Oh, well.
She's gonna shoot it.
I was gonna shoot it.
With pin, and see if it pins it. Yeah! What?
It's one inside the barrel.
What the fuck? I could have put a trap at this window? Well, I guess no one would climb into this window.
That's super weird.
Cool down on them. They'd have to do like 10 times the damage.
Would anyone believe me if the white goopy stuff on my mouse and keyboard is icing? It's icing. from the cinnamon rolls, guys. It's cinnamon roll icing.
Of course.
Oh, it's everywhere now. Oh, they were shooting me after I teleported. He's gonna have armor, so the fire won't do as much, but when he goes down to his flesh, you'll probably just melt him. We'll see. Get in there. Alright, yeah. I'll kick him down. Oh. My bee. I was just gonna break his armor so that you could finish him off. I didn't think. I'm so sorry. When doing the Act 3 platforming challenge, you can jump onto this stick right here and pass up almost the entire challenge to get to this. Easy as that. And send it on home. Alright.
Fucking dead.
God, I hate how long that takes. Don't you guys hate how long that fight takes?
Yeah, it takes for fucking ever.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my YouTube tutorial, Mario Kart 64. Why is that in the air? We're gonna go to Peach's Castle. If you didn't know, this is actually an area you win over here at the end of every cup in the solo player game. I just thought you know, can't go into the castle.
You just get into the first place podium first. That gives you first place.
I was gonna be so mad if I fell in the lake. My own bit ruined because...
Uh-oh. I will take the dick with 3 balls. 175% weapon damage. A little extra weapon damage from that. We only have 2% weapon damage from that. Okay. Have you ever seen the Foundry do that shit before doing like a big loop of the game and getting super maxed out, shooting the worm, what was that, 4 times? 5 times? And killing him? Come on. If anything, I don't think we need it in order to win this. Already in the invincibility phase? Alright, invincibility phase 2. Come down here.
Got that.
Hey, Mocha.
You can't say that word. I'm kind of leaving it, Mocha.
Yeah, you're
it's
cooking
sort
time.
of in there.
Hitler Greenwolf? Did you just say Hitler Greenwolf?
Lord Greenwolf.
I said Lord Greenwolf. What the fuck is wrong with
What is your problem, you goddamn troglodyte?
Alright, so... You're right, dog. Maybe it's a bad idea to have me on stream.
I fucking say
You know what? My bad, dog. My
As long as she's not putting graphics up on the screen. A key? Oh my god! Jump scared the shit out of me! Holy fuck!
Granting emergency maintenance access.
What? Why did I kill screen that? Why did we come back here?
Emergency access granted.
Why am I back here? Did I do something wrong? I don't think I did.
Yes, yes they are. They did something very stupid. Now we have to save them from their consequences.
Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
Oh god, here comes the consequences of my actions at it again.
Me when I'm sowing. Ha 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 ha. Me when I'm reaping. No, the consequences.
There we go. I hit the right
fake.
The mountains are fake? Alright, nuke him.
Betrayed. Go, go, go!
His balls. Oh, the fire's down. It's done.
Oh, it was wonderful.
I think we might win this one. I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would rather just not get art than art of me as a human. Gross. Disgusting. Putrid even. Bleh. If you're here in this stream and you're looking for a human, you're in the wrong stream. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Go somewhere else. We're here for monster girls. We're here for me to be like, that was cool, guys. You want to eat some chicken thighs?
People, I feel more resolved now than I ever had before. You want to join me in this heist and getting all of the alcohol out of Aether?
Sounds like a plan. Put her there.
Yeah. All right.
That's completely.
Oh, Mr. Elias. Mr. Elias.
Giving me a drink is probably not going to help me at all.
Do you need anything moistened up?
What's this one? Is this one? Okay.
No, I'm alright.
That sounds so wrong on so many levels.
I was going to say something, but I kept it.
And look, it is the community bicycle, Patchwitch. Hey, everyone say hello, welcome in, community bicycle, everyone, Patchwitch.
When I look at you head on, you can't tell a difference. Oh, that's my wall.
Back the way I came. It's off the ground now. See, the way I came is off the ground. Huh? No!
Yeah.
Alright, I'm up. I take a sip. I have marked Church 2.
I went the wrong fucking way. I am... Oh, I'm minting.
Blue ping is on Church. I'm gonna hit a Grace on the way.
No, I did a turbo fucky.
I got that one.
Oh, he left.
Statue?
Alpaca, like, no offense to Helldivers 2. Always have a great time, always fun with Helldiver 2s. Literally the only reason I'm playing this is that my Monster Hunter Wilds crashed, like...
3 times.
Hey guys, guess what just happened?
No fucking
yeah,
way.
I see you running in place.
My Helldivers 2 just crashed.
Way. Oh my god.
I think that might be a computer issue versus...
I think I'm gonna clip that for one. Alright, I got the cannonball. Phase 2, don't care. Cut that out. Got the cannonball. And send it on home. Succubus. Cosmic Dragon. Moss Bunny. Firefox. Void Kitty. Tech Snake. Candy Slime. And Frost Griffin.
Fake.
The mountains are fake? Alright, nuke 'em.
Betrayed. Go, go, go!
His balls.
Oh, that's my wall.
Let's just kill one more. Hey guys, it's me. What? Oh, I can't hit through walls with that.
When I look at you head on, you can't tell a difference. How horrifying.
I mean, 175% weapon damage. A little extra weapon damage from that. We only have 2% weapon damage from that. Okay. When doing the Act 3 platforming challenge, you can jump onto this stick right here and pass up almost the entire challenge to get to this. Easy as that. Black hole gun, won't you come and wash away the crabs? Black hole gun, won't you come? Won't you come?
Oh god.
You didn't realize that collabing with me would have such a steep price to pay.
Oh, you're as cold as ice, just like it fell on the floor with my coffee.
Oh.
Get out of here, motherfucker, you know that?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Those puns have been brewing for a while.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate it here. I want to go home.
Back the way I came. It's off the ground now. See, the way I came is off the ground. Huh? No! Alright, invincibility phase 2. Alright, we have returned. The returning has happened. Come down here. We are back. And he's dead. Did everyone grab a snack? Drink break, bathroom break, whatever you need to do? Are we all good? We all get her did? We ready for some Gunfire Reborn? We got a mid-season update with things to be testing, you know? Give me back on my music, my stream music. Where are we at on here? We were at Uptown Funk. Right. I remember. Alright, so what are we going to be testing? We have a bunch of runes that they dropped in. And we need to test them out. I've already done a lot of the secondary related things. We've also done the weapon related things. Double checking real fast. Primary. Let's see. Did we add in Demon's Pack? When using primary skill, costs 25% of total HP and gain weapon and skill damage bonus based on the amount cost. Total HP. Does that include shield and armor? If so, we could probably use this with Oppressor with the bird to do elite build. That could be good. Obtain damage resistance for 4 seconds after taking damage and have a certain chance for that. Yeah. Let's see. Let's do that real fast. We'll see if Demons Pact real fast, I say, as if I have, like, a lot of control over that. Bird? Wait a minute. Julio, sign the check. Julio, grab the stretch. I think in this case, Copycat would be good, because oftentimes elite build with the bird ends up being a speed run. You kind of just leap from one person to another, so we'll do that. Hello, and then let's get Oppressor. Restoring or losing HP within the last 10 seconds increases max armor by the same amount of HP change. Restoring or losing armor within the last 10 seconds increases weapon damage and skill damage by the same percentage of armor change. So if this works the way I think it does, we should get some pretty good damage increase out of that. Wow, I didn't get any of the kinds I normally like. We take the primary for now. Eventually, our weapon won't matter, but I just took the tracker because it's easy. It gets the job done. Oh, you invulnerable son of a bitch. Just die. Shotgun's good. Oh, look at that movement speed from Copycat. Oh! Like I said, Copycat ends up being a speed run anyway, so this works out. Oh, I wish I had saved that for this. There we go. Oh man, the only Gunfire I've been playing recently has been my little showcase series, where I try to go through R10 as easily as possible with different builds, so I try not to go like super hardcore while I'm doing it. Like moving around rapidly. So, having a run with a Copycat where we're just moving about, it's like jumping back in the saddle, man. Recover armor after hitting a leap. Hell yeah. Give me that. Bow. We can take that, that's fine. Elemental? We could probably throw an elemental on the leap. Let's also get a porcupine in one of these slots here. Why? It's really nice to have when you run into a spearman. There we go. Don't care. Didn't ask, don't care. There we go. This is a little harder to do with the leap build. Those guys up there. They're a little bit annoying. Where are we going? Advanced Depot, Foundry Blessing. I'll take Ostrich Rider. We don't need a dash. We just leap. That worked well. Up scroll. Up scroll. Nah. Oh, I got a heavy burden? That sucks. Interesting. Yeah. Damn. Look at that move. We're schmoovin'. Extra damage for leap displacement. That's good. We got a spirit restore. A jackpot? Hell yeah. Actually give me that over this. We need... Ooh, excuse me. We need to manage ammo. Alright, before walking forward and setting off the room. Lone Ranger? No, that's a weapon thing. That's a weapon thing. Sure. You can have some extra cleaves ready to go. Alright, we need the demon thing. None of that is here. So I need something as a backup in case. When HP is below 80%, cooldown reduced, you know what? We'll actually lock that in. Because that also works with what we're doing here. Ooh, a 4? Don't mind if I do. I'll put you in here even though you aren't doing anything. So that we can keep you in mind. Deft Hand, no. Alright, that'll work for what we're doing. Shadow Gale Breath? Okay. I don't want to use the leap on these boys. Put yourself in a bad situation. No jackpot. Unlucky. Come on. Oh, you're not dead. Oh, what? Jackpot! There we go. Jackpot never hangs around that long. You don't want to see my hand where my hip be at. Everyone line up. This is the last round. Woo! There we go. Schmoovin'. Upon a time in the West, a man lost his mind in the West. Aww. Are those words? I am Mrs. Breet, and if you win, give 267 buck. Interesting. I think we'll just take the easy kill and get it out of there. It's a test, love less. Can't do the heat, then get out the wild. Oh, we did nothing to him with that. Oh, we are doing no damage to him. Hey, could you get locked down, please? Oh, this is not good. We got no damage, apparently. We got nothing, man! You. Where'd you go? Oh, no. Nope, we're not doing it. I'm out of here. Wow. For some reason, my kicks are doing nothing. I guess when I didn't have any copycat bonuses in there, I took too long on all of my decision making. We lost everything. Here, I can re-roll this. Alright, explosions only. I guess since we took Oppressor, but we don't have anything taking our health and giving it back, we're not really getting the benefit of Oppressor yet. Yeah, look at that. No damage at all. Is there a better way to set this one up? Does anyone have self-damage to begin with? This is becoming an easy kill run more than anything else. Might need to take this one back to the drawing board. Because I'm not going to be able to deal with the Act 1 boss at this rate. What are you doing back here? Rub my eyes. Whoa! Did the kick before I landed. Uh-oh. Hello. And jump down here too. There we go. Never really got in trouble, but What should we do? There's got to be a way to reduce our health. I guess we could go with all or nothing, but I feel like stacking Oppressor with it is better. Wow, nothing? I'm gonna use 8 shots before we do the Elite. Yeah, give me a refresh. We could use a refresh. Okay, extra projectiles is something. Alright, jackpot! Alright, kill these guys. Give me more stacks on my, copycat bonus. Shockboy, you gotta cut that out. It's a problem. Running out of ammo. Should you stop spawning boys in here? You got a request. Have you tried the Phoenix Roar Lay Low yet? The Phoenix Roar. Phoenix Roar. I can look it up. I don't know. I've done the Oh, we're out of ammo. Well. The greens. Oh, the I thought you were talking about a rune. Yeah. We could do something with that. Dude, I'm getting fucked up by this. We have no damage on this. Oppressor on its own, I don't think does it. We might have to take all or nothing to make this one work. The problem is that we haven't even gotten the rune that we were trying to test. There we go. Jackpot was not doing damage. I probably should have taken the damage to enemies close, but we're trying to make this a primary-based run. Undivided attention would be good if we can avoid using weapons at all. Maybe instead of taking Copycat and trying to keep bonuses going, we could take Armed Caster and just hold on to a Sniper. We could take Pyro Dominance, and then we could make our kick Fire Elemental with the Elemental Mastery, and then Fire Enthusiast would also help with the fire situation. Oh, actually, get rid of weapon stuff. What am I doing? Lucky Shot, we don't need. That's weapon and skill. Weapon and skill. Weapon damage, there we go. Which pair of guns do you think works best with the magazine set to 1 Gemini? I mean, just because of the kinds of weapons that can have it, generally, the sniper rifles are a good choice. Just because they're already intended to be kind of like a one and done for high damage and stuff. But you could do it with a couple of shotguns and that would be fine. You just have to, the gun has to have a base magazine size of 10 or more, I think. So a lot of things that are one and done, like the Wild Hunt, or things that are too high. I think if their magazine is over 20, they also can't have it. So you're mostly going to get rifles and shotguns for that. So it's already kind of limited, but I wanted to get something else, but do I have... I'll take the bloody drill in this case. I feel like we should just reset this one and try it again. Okay, well we got the +2 on all of those. That's pretty funny. Yeah, we got no damage. I'm out of here. That damage is god-awful. Oppressor without something else to go with it is just not the way to go. Plus, we aren't getting the copycat bonuses if we can't kill fast enough to keep them rolled up. So, instead... Hold on, I'll do the Phoenix Roar King Zhu, but I'm trying to get the specific rune for Demon's Pact to have a good use here. When using that, you lose total HP and gain weapon and skill damage, and the idea is to use the bird's kick and Oppressor to get it done. So this time we're going to take Armed Caster. And when we get in there, we'll take All or Nothing. We'll have more damage, but we may not have the recovery for a bit. Because we took Oppressor before. Can I get in All or Nothing? All or Nothing. Thank you. I'll take a sword. Fire Mastery? It's a good idea. We will probably not end up with that specific Ascension fusion again, but we'll see. Alright, this time we should do pretty good damage here. Oh, you jumped down. Boys, I was coming for you. I was gonna come up here and get you. There we go. Did I pass up the... Is there a vault? Did I get vault cucked on the first level? Wow. Wow, the first level, no vault? It's, that's incredibly rude. Oh no, we didn't do the drop down one. Okay, it'll be on the right over here. Holy. Whoop, bop. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Leap damage and cooldown reduction. That is perfect. That is precisely what we're looking for. Oh, I backed onto the bomb. If you haven't used the flow... Oh, that's really good too. Holy. Alright, never mind. The game loves us. We got an Ascension for cooldown reduction, and we got a Scroll for cooldown reduction, so we're gonna be moving. What do we get? Another secondary? Okay. I really need the armor recovery on Kick Thing. Cautious shot? Okay. Yeah, this is going way better now. More capacity. Yeah. Extra displacement, sure. I was kind of expecting the stone guy to be here, but I guess he's not here. Alright, wait for them to group up. There we go. Oh, you love to see it. That cooldown? Wow. Wow. Chat, wow. Wow, chat. Oh, excuse me, sir. A luxurious... Oh, he did get Blazing Hoop. Maybe fire is on the table. Enduring Caster. Wonderful. Love that. An Expanded Tempest. A Lucky Justice. Nah. I think we'll leave the sword on for now. I guess I can't really leap at the same time as stabbing with it, though. Whatever. We'll find something better. Look at that. Like a jail cell, a penitentiary. There it only made me see. I ever wanna be like you. I don't wanna do the things you do. Man, our cooldown on the leap is so fast. Leap cooldown, and after using it, extra max armor. Looking good, my man. Alright, demon. Demon's back! We got it! Alright. I do like a 4. We don't have a good spot for the 4 right now. I don't ever wanna be you. There we go. Alright, so now we're going to use 25% of our HP, and then we get the amount cost max 100%. So we'll see how this does. Since we don't have a lot of recovery right now, we may have to take that off. But let's see how it does against the boss. Alright, we got the beetle again. Okay, well, I got full recovery there. Alright, that was a decent amount there. Holy! Yeah, I'd say that was a decent... compare the damage on that to the last one. Compare the damage that we're doing on this one to the last one, and I think you'll see we're doing a little bit better. Flame Shard? Okay. We already have Blazing Hoop and Flame Shard. We are very close to Fire Conversion on top of that. Do you think we'll get Pyro Dominance again? Thank you for your general energy. Task refreshes are very nice. Oh, I need secondary kills and assists. Oops. Should have read what it was. Alright, I can use the primary to get the boost and then use my secondary after that. Oh, except I've got fucking Ancient Timer. Oh, that's no damage at all, actually. That's 4. What do you mean, insufficient feather? Get rid of that. Yeah, be on their team. killed him. Oh, I'm out of secondaries. Alright, there's another one. I just need one more secondary kill. There we go. Whoo! Should have probably taken Ancient Timer off for that, but whatever. We made it work. Minus damage taken after hitting an enemy or whatever? Random play seems really good? What do you mean? Random? Nani? Oh, there's a shop guy back here. He's too focused on everything else? Yeah, sure, we could take that. That's fine. Was that not a quest? Oh! Yeah, it was a quest. I'm gonna take Porcupine, in case we run into Spearmen. Just, I should have read... Okay, so we get to try this again. It still wasn't a whole lot of damage there. Sir? It's still not a lot of damage. Thankfully, the cooldown is a lot faster now. There we go. Who is it? You. Think it's that guy? Nope. Where? There we go. Holy shit bums! Ooh. Advanced joggers? Coin shots, whatever. Alright. Okay, Demon's Pack. So I just could not really ever get into the Turtle and the Falcon or whatever. Not sure if it's just the melee. They are, at least on the harder difficulties, in my opinion, a bit more difficult to get going. Because you can't just focus on damage as much as other characters. I think at a certain point you do need survivability on everyone, whether that comes in the form of movement speed or health or something. But with them, from where they excel in close combat, they more often feel like they need it. We'll definitely take both of those for survivability. We're not going to be using a pistol. And then again, we'll get rid of weapon stuff. I like good and evil. Wait, did I take... I took Armed Caster, right? I did. I should be holding a sniper. What am I doing? We're now past the point where I need to rely on a weapon. Oh, cool. Give me the Strike Wing. I think we can now reliably depend on our weapons, so let's just do that. Alright, and let's go kicking. Luwu. Have that, you freak. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come here, come here. Nope. Fucked it up. Now we're dead. We're gonna have to deal with the whole bomber phase, and I do not have what's necessary for it. Oh, I did that a little early, but we still have the invulnerability. Definitely have had much better damage dealing runs than this. But we did it. There we go. If you didn't know, on his leap, while you're in the air, you're invulnerable. You can't take damage. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Cool, cool. Love that. Bunch of weapon scrolls. We're still looking for... I could take the Fire Mastery. We'll lock that in case we don't get anything else. We want the Melee Master if we can. Can we have a second Demon Pack? We can't have a second Demon's Pack. Let's take the Elemental Mastery. That sounds like fun. I like that configuration. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide. This one's kind of grown on me. Alright, empty and drop everything in. I don't actually care for you. Get out of here. Dream the dream, she never dies. Then you will find me caught beneath the landslide. And a champagne supernova in the sky. Well, that gives us more damage on that, but what do you think the chances are that we'll actually hit Oppressor as one of our spiritual blessings? Because I don't think it's gonna happen. You and I will live and die. Why? Okay, what do you got? Skilled Trick Painkiller? Well, he did just take fire into the mastery, so you know what? That's crazy. What is the burning chance on that? Does that even show anywhere? It's 80% fire damage, but it doesn't say what the burning chance is. If I burn anything with my foot, that's pretty good. I think I just saw burning. Okay, Painkiller does work, but I think the effect chance has to be something like a 10%. It doesn't seem very good. I don't want that. $3.4? Nor. More max capacity? Why does it keep giving me those? Been around, we don't know why. Why? Alright, spawn in your freaks. Freaks! Spawn in your freaks! Ooh, a drip shard? Alright, our damage could definitely be way better. Whoa! Why did I stop kicking so soon? I like dropped out of my kick like I kicked the arrow that he was shooting at me. Uh-oh, you're invulnerable. Whoa, you took nothing from- Whoa, what is that? Why am I doing nothing? I went from doing decent damage to like nada. Do I have a crafty man here? I really could use that Gemini. I guess if we go movement speed, if we get the movement speed thing, then we could raise our armor, which would also help with damage. Melee mage, there we go. Alright, a 9 is a bit excessive. There we go. Not excessive there. 200% fire damage, and our kick is going to be fire. Why are they crouched like that? You seeing that? What is happening there? I've been meaning to ask, do these primary runes help the monkey's cudgel at all? Or not at all because it's weapon damage? If it says skill damage, it won't help. There's things like, you know, it'll say primary skill cooldown, that would help. But if it's like primary skill damage, then I don't think so. I could be wrong about that, but my intuition tells me it is probably not helping. If it's final damage, that should help. Final damage is for any damage that you do at all. So that should work. Army Breaker activated. 5% of leap damage for each point of consumed armor. Hell yeah, that's good. Love me, love me, love me, love me. Hey guys. Bam! Bam! Oh, up there. Alright, big kick here. Oh, I didn't have armor. There we go. It's nice when all the wolves spawn because then you get everything back. You do so much damage that the cooldown reduces. Get my armor. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, paranormality, that is scary. But we gotta take it. We gotta take it. Oof. All or nothing just became more all or nothing than all or nothing could ever be. We may die horribly here. Yep, that's gonna happen. You? Give me the refreshes. And then... skill damage. Can we handle enemies reviving? I hope so. Sure do hope we can. It's gonna be a problem if we can't. The first time. Love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. I don't think I got the ascension yet to give me armor back on leap. We may have to go into some rooms and drop paranormality and then pick it back up again after we've cleared the room. Just to not die so much. Which rooms will that be? I won't know until I see it. No clue, man. Well, triple comeback. We don't actually have shield, so that's fine. Okay. That is part of the sorcerer, so we like that. Whoa, why didn't you die? Woo! Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh! They're respawning all around me! Where are you oh, you're shooting each other. There we go. Who's left back here? Yeah! Oof. Scary. Scary situation. We really need to hit the crafty man to get this crit bonus up for my armed caster. That'd be very helpful. Do I have a crafty man here? We do! Very scary, very scary. Oh, we missed. We're on cooldown. I'm walking into the wall. There you go. And portal open. Woo! Hey, look, a second strike wing. Love that for us. Alright, crafty man, combine the crits on these so we can get a big bonus. Enhance etch. Crit share. There we go. Now a 9.5 gives us 475%. Yay. Okay. Scroll. Evil Devouring Sword. I think we have one curse. We have two curses, actually. Lovely. So that is 80% skill damage for us? Yo, that's big. And undefeated? 33% chance that the leap deals 3 times damage? Okay. Okay. No complaints from me here. Oh god, he teleported. Deep in the side of my neck. Uh-huh. But one, two. Oh god. Oh god. Double arsonist. That's shit, man. Don't do that to me. That's a real dick move, man, to do that. In this area? In this economy? In this economy? Oh. Not fair. Now watch the elite gathering be oops all arsonist again. Maybe I do, 'cause I really want to. Well, it wasn't oops all arsonist, so we'll take that as a blessing from the game. Riches privileges is another good blessing. Thank you. I'm gonna take the reroll on this and hope we get the armor one. Damn it. Domain expansion? No, that doesn't help. Cooldown acceleration? I think our cooldown is fine. I got a wand and a rabbit. I don't have a good spot for this one. We could try to make one. Empty and auto drop me again. Let's see what we can get. The melee mage is good, but we need you at 6 so that you can activate. So you're gonna have to go up there. Skill boost, you're the demon pack. We want you to be pretty high. We don't want you. So you can go there. Get you up to 8. We got 2 extra energy here. Max you out. And then the other one just kind of is free balling, ain't it? Alright, that's fine. We don't need to do anything else with our weapon, so let's not worry about that. Did I do a vault here? I don't think I did. Is there a vault back here, please? No? Hello? Did I get Volt cucked here finally? I think so. Whatever. I'm not going back through the whole level. If I missed it, I missed it. I guess we could increase our elemental effect chance to make painkiller proc more often. All of our fire could really go towards that. Normal ammo? No. Divine energy, yes. Wait, I got nothing on the sorcerer? Thought we already did. Alright, was it the worm? Are we killing the worm in one strong, beautiful kick? Not quite. Not quite. Not quite one big, beautiful kick. Uh-oh. Kick our way out of there. There we go. It was like 3 kicks to him. Like an It Takes 2. After leap, getting extra damage, but look, this is the thing we wanted. Recover 40% of your armor after hitting an enemy with a leap, or 20% if you miss. So if we're ever down, we could just use our really low cooldown. Should just do more of that. Alright, what do you got for me? Obtain damage resistance for 4 seconds after taking damage and have a chance to obtain an extra primary skill use? That could be really good. The chain could also be nice. I think we want another demons pack though, yeah. Or another melee mage, actually. We're gonna lose a lot of health off of this. We did just get the recovery thing though, but I think we go with the safer option here for now. Is there a good spot for that? Kinda hard to find a good spot for that. We could end up with stuff down here in this corner. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Alright. The damage is looking nice on this. I don't think damage is going to be our problem. I'm just worried that at any point... I think that's like the one curse I really can't take at this point. We got riches privileges, so I don't want that. Preemptive. We don't have to worry about trap damage. We're fine, right? We're fine. Field proficiency? I feel like our cooldown is already really good. So I don't think we need that. Alright, runes. What's overdone? You? Oh, wrong way. You're at 6, you're at 9. Oh, there we go. 3 can be a 4. Bird Kung Fu does look really good. It's just a little scary. It's just a wee bit scary. All or nothing. Consume all of armor when hitting an enemy with leap. 4% leap damage for each point consumed. And 1 second remaining cooldown of leap for every 10 points consumed. So... the generic energy situation says that, yeah, I could definitely use a lot more. Hello, guys. Bonk. Could you come down here? Alright, Blazing Hoop took care of it. Oh. Well, he was taken care of. The problem with this build is if we ever run out of armor and we don't kill, you're just dead. You're just dead in the water. I've got no cooldown and I'll have no health, so you just die. It's just going 100 miles per hour into a wall. Excuse me? This goes perfectly with what we're doing. How did I not consider that before? We already have crit because of Armed Caster, so... hell yeah. Ooh. My patience is waning, is this entertaining? Get me going. Hello, boys! Hello? Elemental damage? Alright. We actually are doing that. Oh, please cool down. Thank you. Alright, we did 15 elemental effects with those 2 kicks. Oh, I didn't hit any of you? Oh, Blazing Hoop! Blazing Hoop's doing it. Alright. Good job, Blazing Hoop. Thank you. We love a Blazing Hoop in this family. Gimme. Damage to enemies nearby? We'll take it. I think our damage is fine. I probably should have taken the damage reduction, but whatever. I think at this point we're pretty much proving the case for this. Alright, spawn your boys. Also, do not discount the importance of throwing on the elemental mastery thing here, because that gives us a whole nother vector of multiplication for our damage. The elemental fire mastery there. Because even though we do take a little bit of a damage penalty against enemies in armor and shield, because it's fire, we're also getting all the benefits of elemental damage multipliers, and that usually more than makes up for it. Plus, we got Painkiller, and that's always good. Alright, Elite. Spawn in and let me hit you right in the face. That did nothing? Oh, he's fiery. I don't know why the third one did it, but we'll take it. Lightning Enthusiast? Recover 40% shield or armor instantly when the shield is broken. Thank you. We will take that. That makes me feel way more comfortable about where we're going with this. Hello, everyone. Look at my kicks. You? You? Where did you come from? How dare you exist around me? I'm offended by you living? Big Eater? Oh, enhanced Big Eater. It's not going to stack up very much because we're going to burn through it really fast. But anytime we get like a bunch of buns after clearing a level, we get to have a big bonus to our next hit. So when we go to a boss fight, we can buy a bun from the peddler, increase our armor, and then hit the boss and hopefully one-shot them. Airbag? It does work towards melee talent. That's a lucky strike wing. If it was critical, it would be fine. Who's over here? You? Again, remember you are invulnerable while flying in the kick. So if you're like, aren't you worried about going over all of that fire on the ground? I mean, a little bit. If we kicked the wrong thing and landed in it with no armor, that'd really suck. But for the most part, it's safe. Let's take that. Dude, my room feels so warm. I need to go check and see if the AC is on or if the fan is just on. Them kicks, bro. Look at my big old talon grippers on you. I got them grippers, bro. Take that money, watch it burn. This is all weapon stuff, I don't care. Literally couldn't make me care about my weapon stuff. Bird! Birdman! The damage resist cap is 90%. Is there any reason to have more? For when you take things that reduce yours. If you end up taking something like Dual Edge or Spirit Feline, you can offset some of that damage resistance once you lose some. Ooh, that's part of the Sorcerer. So this immediately helps by giving us damage, but the Sorcerer, actually, I guess Undivided Attention basically gives us that, so never mind, I'm wrong. Don't listen to me. Listen to me now, not listen to me then. Because the Undivided will be 60 after it's fully upgraded, yeah. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I was thinking it was 30, but it's double that. Oh, I missed. There's a visible wall there. Hey. How dare you be invulnerable? No. Neither of you elites get to do anything. Stop it. Who's back here? Crap! Remember, we now have armor generation on empty leaps, so I can just leap around and get stuff done. Building up for the next attack. Up! Up! Alright, elites spawning. Here's the elites. 1, 2, 3. You're dead. 1, 2, 3. I did it too early. Fuck me. You're dead. You're dead. Oh, I did it too early again. He teleported. That's what I was trying to avoid. Oh, the other one, Mr. President, get down for him. Don't care. Crafty man, you've served your purpose. We're done. We'll see you the next time we need you. Increasing max armor? Give me big damage. I want to see if we can just bypass an invulnerability phase on one of the Act 3 bosses. The boat, we might be able to do the boat. Viper immortality, awesome. Okay. All the moves, I'm in the elite. Oh, we did bypass the entire next phase. Nice. Elite build. Fantastic. Do we even need to go to the Act 4 on this one? I think we've shown that the demon damage plus all or nothing is really good. I think at this point we're just kind of masturbating if we keep going. Yeah, all of this is meaningless. I'm not going to Act 4. We can see this works. The combination is something. Oh my god, look at that. We did 90 million in a single hit. 90 million damage in a single kick. That's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid, man. Okay, so we're gonna do a King Zhu Phoenix Roar. What's the main thing causing it to go crazy? I would say most likely it was the adding elemental damage to it, because does it show my dice in there? Like, you have to recognize the Fire Mastery here converts non-attribute primary skill to the fire damage type. And we're almost tripling the damage from there. So, whenever you have the ability to add the extra multiplier of elemental to something that didn't already have it before, that can get out of hand really fast. And it kind of bypasses the normal damage cap. So, anyone that doesn't already have an elemental primary or secondary, getting that on it can add ridiculous amounts of damage. Plus, we add the other rune things, making sure we got to the damage cap already. I'm gonna go check and see if we got the AC on before we start the next one. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna BRB. I'll just tell you I'll be right back, and we'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, the fan was on, but we didn't have the actual air conditioner on. Anyway. It was Lay Luo, the Thunder Tiger, Bolt from the Blue, 100% shock effect on a Phoenix Roar staff. It's gonna be hard to force it to work, because we just need to happen into the scrolls for lightning conversion, or for it to just have that inscription on it. Let's also go with the increase elemental effect chance of chain lightning. And then Thunder and Glory? Probably. Oh my god. Well, there is the Phoenix Roar. And it has increased weapon damage when triggering an elemental effect. We could probably share element lightning onto it. That would be another way. Though I would prefer something else. Would there be... Yeah, the Lightning Blade Core, because then it's more things dealing lightning damage. Plus, we haven't done the core yet. There was a change to the core, so we could see another one show up. I guess I could actually swing the thing, that'd be fine. Come here. Let me hit you with this. The Lightning Dagger's core is so strong by themselves. Yeah, it's very good. It's probably the strongest core out of all of them, though the Meteor one would take a very close second in my opinion. Alright, there's a lot of things that would help this. Obviously, we're looking for Bolt from the Blue, but other things would be good too, like Thunder Nemesis. In this case, I don't think that Magical Supply is going to do anything for us. The Lightning Dagger's core... Oh, the ammo one feels kind of rough. Yeah, that's my opinion of it. The Shadow Gale just doesn't feel very strong at all. Sadly. It's the one that has, like, the most unique and interesting attributes. But for all the work into getting it going, it doesn't feel like it pays off. Am I burning? That was close. I think I took burning damage from one of those. Think it would be perfect? Oh yeah, if you were doing like a spore run, it should be good. But I feel like there's so many other runes to take before I would take that one after playing with it. Oh god. I'll wait for my shield to come back before I push. You gotta be so invulnerable all the time. This guy's gotta be so invulnerable all the time. The 1 stack per normal? I just think the Gales need to... Oh, that's cool. I definitely wanted to have one of those anyway. So we'll just take one of those for free. Thank you. Flame Grenadier, hello. Get thunderbolted. Please, please hit it. Thank you. Ta-da! Hey, look, bolt from the blue. Let's go. All right. Well, this has been an incredibly lucky start. All we need now is to get a good lightning weapon like the flowing light. Whoa. In order to supplement our damage here. So that we can make the Phoenix Roar lightning. Divine Energy is fantastic. We love that too. Alright, wave room. You don't want to walk into the wave room immediately. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, the Frenzied Shark would be a good choice for the magazine capacity 1 Gemini while it has the magazine 2 thing. That would be an insane amount of explosion damage. Let's make you lightning. We'll probably find something better before it becomes necessary. There's also a Phantom Peddler in the back, so let's see if we can quickly get back there while everything's spawning in. I do like a greedy choice. Oh, it's an Elemental Talisman with increased Elemental effect chance. Okay. Oh, glad I didn't invest in that. Agile. Wait, did I buy the sting? Oh, bolt from the blue is popping off, man. Yep. Enjoy your lightning bolts. Oh, buddy. Look at it. It just generates itself. So beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Elemental damage? Don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I do. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Give me Heart of Battle. We need to reduce this cooldown so I can be in Fatal Current even more. Where's my bolt from the blue? Alright. No, step in it. Step in the lightning. There we go. One more. There we go. I really like this combo, and unlike the Ice Goat, you don't need a ton of goblets. What about the goat with this combo? What are you talking about? We take Fire Enthusiast just to get that Elemental Enthusiast closer. The goat grenade thing? Are you still talking about something to build with the Phoenix Roar? Or are you talking about a different build entirely? Ah. Oh, I'm out of secondaries. Alright, every time I go in this room, I come up here because these two guys spawn. And they're assholes. There you go. Depending on how much elemental damage we get, I might be able to make magical supply work with the Phoenix Roar. Right now, I don't think it's the right choice. A lucky brick. Well. Let's see if we can get some elemental on this before we try to make that work. Okay, that's great. Love that. How dare you be a lightning boy? A lucky tracker. Nope, thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Alright. Lightning Governor would be really nice. Let's take Tesla Coil so that when we do get Lightning Governor, we have more bounces. Oh god! Why didn't that hit them? I thought the lightning would just destroy them, but it just ignored them. I guess some other enemies spawned at the same time. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Fuck me. It's gonna be hard to get the lightning on the Phoenix Roar. Insane, insane, insane. I guess the ultimate firearm doesn't really matter for that. There's some good inscriptions, and we can get an enhanced for an elemental version. Nah, we'll still take it. I'll try it again, but I feel like this isn't something I wanted to test because I want to do runes. I'm trying to test runes. If we started out with the Phoenix Roar last time. Nah, the lightning core is too good for this setup. The lightning core is too good. The monkey thing? Celestial broken wombo combo? With his chain whip? Got a little lucky on the ascensions last time too. Slurp that boy. Slurp that boy. Yeah, like that doesn't do a whole lot for us. Really needed our lightning related things for this. We got Bolt from the blue really early on that one too. Sucker Punch is really nice. Of course she'd be an immortal piece of shit. As my final act, I will make it take even longer to wait on this. Piercing bullet works. Ooh. Demons pack? You know what? That could work for what we're doing. Not yet. I don't want to put it on until we get Thunder Nemesis. That could be good. Uh-oh. 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 And die. Whoa. Alright, give me something good. Do I want Lightning Governor or Thunder Nemesis to start with? I feel like Thunder Nemesis because it's more primary related damage and that's what we need for the daggers. Okay. That's fantastic. We're looking for something with a high lightning... high lightning effect chance? I feel like this is gonna cause problems. I think either one of these could cause problems, but whatever. Let's have the chaos. Chaos! As long as we're in Act 1, we could use a massive ricochet. Oh, look, a Phoenix Roar. Okay. Part 1 of the build complete. More Thunder Mimesis. You've made girl dinner? What is girl dinner tonight? God damn it, they broke the barrel. Come over here so I can hit more things at once. There we go. Ta-da! Keep getting corrosion weapons. I need a lightning weapon. Or even better would be lightning enthusiast and magnetic coil and lightning shard so that we can get lightning conversion. Any of those two. Any two of those. And I lift you up. I think you fundamentally misunderstand what girl dinner is if it's that elaborate. It sounds very elaborate for girl dinner. Banana, 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 banana. Hey, look, lightning enthusiasts. Lovely. Nothing here ever does lightning. Too many invulnerable guys. You gotta get out. Yeah, you said it's not elaborate. You threw shit in a Tupperware and shook it, but like rotini noodles, Polish sausage, cucumbers with garlic, zesty Italian dressing, gochujang, lemon juice, a little bit of heavy whipping cream, salt, pepper, onion powder, sun-dried tomato oil, and Italian seasoning. That's not girl dinner. You made dinner. Girl dinner is like I put some peanut butter on some crackers and ate that. That's girl dinner. It's like one step away from like chicky nuggies. It's like what someone else would call a snack or an appetizer as dinner. Okay, 20% chance to shock is pretty good. We could probably do better, but we'll take it for now. Stoner dinner and girl dinner? Stoner dinner is eating way too much of it. Okay, even more lightning. Did we have a crafty man? I don't think we have a crafty man here. We almost have the skill trainer done. It was a 16-course meal that costed 400. What? Nah, we're looking this up. Oh god! Hi, explosive barrel. I nearly walked into every one of those. Hold on. Girl dinner. Meaning. Merriam-Webster, girl dinner. A light meal of snacks or easy to prepare foods. Girl dinner is humorously to refer to a light meal consisting of pre-made snacks or easy to prepare foods. Girl dinner is essentially a small collection of random foods similar to a mini cheese board. Sure, go ahead and pair popcorn and pickles, but aim for balance. Fruits, veggies, nuts, cheese, low sodium jerky. Something like that. You're just eating snacks and calling it dinner. That's girl dinner. Okay. We already talked to you. What are we looking for here? Electro dominance would be amazing. Pyro dominance, or furious flame. The rest of these are all weapon related, so we don't care. So fuck them. Instead, we'll just make sure to get rid of weapon stuff here. We're not doing that. We're not- oh, crits and snipers. Yeah, we're not crit and snipering. Another Phoenix Roar? Mark duration on enemy up to 300%. We have a multiple Phoenix Roar with hitting an enemy marks another enemy within 8 meters. Bullets can shuttle between up to 5. I think ours is a little better. Lightning Katana, that's 40% chance to shock. Let's go. Alright. This is gonna be a little shitty to get close enough to do this. Dodged it. Skill and ability. Okay. A little bit of dodging around there. That may have been a little bit higher level than some people are comfortable with. Alright. Definitely the cooldown reduction. We'll take that. When did I get that and why didn't I put it on? Okay, anyway, Myriad Lightning. That's what we already have there. We don't get the imprisoning effect until that's at 8. Elemental effect chance would be really good. Obtain additional lightning blade when gaining lightning blades. Of course, that'd be amazing. Okay. Demon's Pack, I don't think we want that one to be our highest right now. I think we just want to get you up pretty high. We don't even have the imprisoned duration on there. We're just going to be getting the damage bonus from that. Obtain 2, but immediately fire. We're not getting that. Okay. Let's just get you maxed out then. That seems fine. Okay, moving on. We still need to get this electrified. We still need to get you sharing on that. Take a bluff. Elemental bestowment. A blazing hoop. And a magnetic coil. All right. We got lightning conversion, so we don't need this anymore. You now have a 20% chance to shock. I guess we take the cooldown reduction. All right, let's see how this looks. We're going to want the rune that also gives us weapon resource so that we can hopefully stay in almost like a permanent state of Phoenix Roar activation. So we can start looking for that rune. What could we have as our secondary? We can now start looking for a weapon resource thing. And we can get off of the share element. Speedrunner! Thunderbolt. Oh, an elite? Hold on. Skill damage? Yeah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ow, he AoE'd me through the wall. Dick move. Real dick move, that guy. Okay, so now we no longer need you to be share element. Can we get resource cap? There we go. Resource cap. We're falling through the night. Have we gotten Bolt from Blue yet? I think we've only gotten... We did get level 3 Thunder Nemesis. Thanks, Sentient Tornado. Doing God's work over there. Okay, weapon resource. We need weapon resource? Okay, we'll also put you in our back pocket in case we want you. It's none of those, so we take the back pocket. 3 luck in the 3, okay. Increase size and damage, sure. Actually, could we get... I really would want the core higher. There we go. Now we've got the imprison effect. That's really helpful. Is Minnesota Sushi Girl dinner? I'm sure Minnesota can have some really good sushi. And of course you can have Sushi Girl dinner. Give a scroll, get a scroll. What do we want to give up? We can give up... I can give up veteran. Blaze sight, okay. Okay, game. Ham, wrapped pickles, and cream cheese? Ugh. I'll take on the house, I suppose. Oh, I never grabbed the goblet. I opened the chest and then just left it there. Aww! Give me the extra bounces for when I get Thunder, Lightning Governor. Where are you at, bud? Come here. Stop hiding from me. Known as Frog Eyes? Blech. Blech. Wait, does Lightning Kasana... It has a resource cap of 10? I guess I could take a smaller resource cap and make it activate more often? That could still work. I think I'll just take a higher level weapon to do that though, and we could get... We could probably get something with a smaller cap than even 10. And elite. 9 for the poisonous ghost? It might be. I thought the lightning kunai was the smallest one, but I don't remember how much it has. Nels can touch me. 26. Looked back at that video. Her husband's boy dinner was every meat in the freezer, a bunch of fries, a bunch of sauces. Someone in her comments mentioned, and the girl dinner was a 5-star Michelin restaurant. Probably just engagement baiting if I had to guess. I'm trying to save yourself. The goal is complete. Our damage isn't like super incredible. It's manageable. It kind of does a good job of cleaning up the riffraff. Alright, that's very nice. That's helping with survivability. Corrosion shard? Sure. It's not really what I want. It's not what I'm looking for. Hello everyone, Lightning. Have you met our Lord and Savior, Lightning? An enhanced elemental bestowment? Yeah, sure. Resource cap 15? Shadow Gale! I don't mind when the enemies have Shadow Gale. Just stand in their back lines. Na 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 na. It's a lot of Thunderbolt damage. Extra damage for Thunderbolt and minus movement speed for him. Heck yeah. What are we gonna do? I'm the fake smile gleaming. Yeah, I'm the light that he used to believe in. Guess the truth kinda lost all meaning. And I'm enjoying. Got a good deal on pork butt the other day. Never slow cooked pork butt, so what do you suggest I throw in the slow cooker with it? Sweet onions, carrots, and celery? Yeah. I mean, that's already good. You don't need a whole lot. Some peppercorns. Slow cook it with some peppercorns, that would be good. If you have any. Some potatoes? If you're okay with the potatoes getting a little mushy, that is. Otherwise, you can wait until after. I just like that they soak up everything. Mustard seed? Yeah, mustard seed would be good. 7 stars? Nah, we're not equipping that. With a rare? Base weapon damage will continuously increase? Okay. Never mind. Let's go the other way. Can we get the Tempest? That was in the last level. Okay. We're gonna go the other way. Instead of making it a small resource cap, we're gonna go for big. And see if we can just keep it constant. Really could use that bolt from the blue. You see how much it helped in the previous one. Peppercorn and clove, but I have the whole thing added to dishes. I like the taste of pickles. Pickles are a good taste. And that's what peppercorn and cloves is to me. Do some pickled pork. Should agree with what your mom said. I was also thinking chicken bone broth, but my mom said it's so fatty that it usually... Yeah, I would agree. I wouldn't put in some broth, because it's already gonna render out a lot of fat. I am out of secondary uses. My God, just do it. I'm so done thinking through it. 'Cause I got bruises doing something stupid. Another Phoenix Roar. Bolt from blue, there we go. Hitting an enemy marks another enemy in 8 meters. Extra damage versus elites and bosses. Your multiple hitting an enemy marks can shuttle between. This is also a multiple? That's mighty funny. I don't think it's worth it to switch then. It's like almost the same thing. Versus doing something stupid. This is a lot of enhanced weapons. You're an 18. Was there not a crafty man here? We're gonna take this now. I don't think we need that many more bounces. Resource cap 24. Yeah, we're not doing weapon damage, so that doesn't matter. Myriad Blade. We have one of those already. I can lock that in case we don't get something else. Thunder Crescendo. That's another one we already got. I don't think we need to generate that many more. I feel like we still generate pretty well. Ooh. Okay. Bodyguard could keep us alive. Yeah, you know, we'll take Bodyguard for the survivability. Everyone loves Crystal Shield from Temu. Do I even have a spot that'll work? I don't think so. I did not give myself a spot for that. Oh well. Oh, there's the crafty man! He's hiding up here from us. Cloves of garlic? Oh yeah, throw some garlic in there. Also wine! If you have red wine, put red wine in there. Red wine is a good choice for that. Hell yeah. Ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum. Any herbs? Bay leaves are good for anything that simmers overnight. You get a lot of flavor out of bay leaves. Maybe rosemary. It kind of just depends on the flavor profile you're going for. I'd say trust your heart on that. And then I see a Tempest, of course. Yeah, the resource cap of the Poisonous Ghost is 9. Alright, let's see if our high lightning build does this. There we go. I still got burned by that. I'm a little upset. Okay, not like disgusting amounts of damage, but we also don't have any increases to our elemental effect chance, which is kind of the catalyst for a lot of our damage right now. We need to be able to inflict shock more frequently in order to deal damage more consistently. That doesn't help. Bay leaves came to mind, and I was also iffy on rosemary. Like, I thought about rosemary, but I was on the fence about it. In my mind, rosemary goes well with anything roasted, but if you're putting it in the slow cooker to simmer, I feel like that's not like the normal thing I would do it with. But I don't think it's like necessarily bad, you know? Up. That's just like my... That's what I'm thinking, man. I'm gonna lock this. I really want elemental effect chance, and I don't think we've seen it yet. The chance of hitting an extra time, I think, is more important than that. Because if we have the chance on this run to either do double damage with our lightning or hit twice with our lightning, you would be like, well, isn't that effectively the same thing? As far as raw numbers go, yes. But if we hit 2 times, that's a second chance to possibly proc shock and create more bolt from the blue lightning and stuff like that. So there's actually a reason to go with multiple triggers. That's weapon resource consume, not weapon resource generation. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. I'm inclined to take this one because it'd be easy to fit up there. Okay. Yeah. Time is a subtle flavor? Time would be good. Time would be fine. I don't want enemies getting lightless shield. Sure. No, we'll take even more movement speed. We don't want to take lightning shard because then the enemies reduce lightning damage and that sucks. Let's instead just take that. We'll just take a bunch of curses so we can start building up our curses in case we get something that benefits from that. Runic Echo. Extra final damage from runestone effects. Well, that works really well with what we're doing since we're doing the lightning daggers. Beautiful. Phoenix Roar. Can I talk to you? We're not really doing any of that, so that's kind of not important. Oh, we don't need to spend our money on that. Hello. Oh, another Myriad Blade? That's already leveled? Okay. Cool. Throw that in there. Get you maxed out. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, we're not one-shotting things with our lightning. Oh, Elite, hello. So 36 plus 24 is 60. So it should be a 30 resource. A critical penetration thunderstorm. Ooh. And how much red wine would you suggest I use? There's enough fat to not need stock. I'm unsure how much, like 2 cups? That seems reasonable. Two cups seems reasonable for a whole shoulder butt. Ow, ow, ow! Kappa? Alright. Done with that. We're not even really testing a rune thing. Ripperoni. Let's see. We could probably do one more run. What's a rune thing we should test? Hmm. Skill damage deals an extra instance of true damage to normal enemies. The damage increases based on total max HP. Deals extra true damage equal to 2.6.15% of total HP for every 40 points of total max HP. This damage increases by 10%, up to 120. The last one's 160. And you can have 2 of those on. Okay. So we can go with the Vitality Flow. We could just do a King Zhu one. I've still not seen this show up. This must be very rare. Let's do King Zhu with a good old beat 'em up kind of run. What do we want? A cult booster might be fine for this. I think Armcaster is probably the most consistent. Oh. The Monkey and Celestial Broken Runes. Well, is there anything different about Celestial Broken in the mid-season update? When secondary uses reaches 50%, consume 1 use and gain 1 stack at regular intervals. After accumulating a certain number of stacks, consume all stacks. If an enemy is in front of you, trigger 1 skill to the nearest enemy? What about this with Wombo combo? The extra essence chain per level? What is the Wombo combo you're talking about? What's being combined together with that? I think stacks of Celestial Broken cause you to just walk through enemies because it will auto-cast both abilities. It spams both the Cudgel and the Whip. When you have his Ascension... Oh... Ah, I see. Thought you were using Wombo Combo in the internet terms of things. Hmm. Yeah, that's probably really good. Something I'll try on a future run. I want to see the new runes, though. I want to see if we can make an HP stacking rune run like we could with the, Yeah, there we go. With the way that the Dice League was, you could get a really nice stack of HP and turn that into damage, so we're gonna see if we can do something similar here. Alright, let's go. It's been a while since we've done one of these. And I can't tell just what you want. There we go. Saw a sticker of the Smash Brothers Go. Yeah, with gay. No, it's game. It's when the round's over and it says game, but they just said gay. Vulnerable assholes? One, you don't want to be alone. Whatever, nerd. Actually. Alright, we have reached Unrivaled. Wow, thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing, game. You don't want to be a... There goes that level. Can't just use him for his body, yeah, yeah. Oh, he jiggle. Oh, there's the double mimicry. Cool. Does that work with... Huh. I'm guessing even rank 1s don't get it. Yes, I do. Build my vigor. Hello, can we get some skill? Overflowing waters does nothing. Flesh and bones? I don't think that actually does anything for us because we've already converted all of our HP to, or all of our shields to HP. But it is part of, Bloodbath, so we'll take that. Use him for his body, yeah, yeah. Oh, we haven't had alternate Act 1 in a bit. Who remains? One 800. Yo. King Ju is way too strong, man. Abundant Vitality? We don't actually have shield regen, so that doesn't matter. We don't have shield. Okay. We can use that. Will I remember to use it? No, but we could use it. Crit hits we aren't doing. We don't need magazine stuff. We can always have a brick in one of our slots. We're gonna be looking for strike wings to hold, but for right now, we'll hold that. Hello, I'm looking for a new thing for us to have. I would appreciate it if we could have inner flows, okay, but we're gonna look to make our thing elemental of some sort, as well as more of the survivability related things. We can have inner flow just to have more of the his resource. I forget what the resource is called. Vigor. There we go. Let me just... Alright, use this. Be invulnerable and fuck everything up. There we go. Oh, we'll take that for sure. Thank you. Free Timu Crystal Shield. Undivided Attention's fantastic as well. Are you kidding me? Alright, well, at least the Vigor generation is something we can use. It's really trying to fuck me up on not giving me stuff specifically for the primary. Are you joking? Alright, we're already back up the max stacks on that. Oh, not enough vigor? Alright. Let me just do this real fast then. Yeah, what you can't see, my leave, I'll set you free. Heavily armored is great. Like frosted flakes. I'll make it. You know, a European hot chocolate wasn't a good drink to pair with this pasta thing I made. Flavors clash too much. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's like having orange juice after brushing your teeth. Probably shouldn't do that. Oh, why are you already shooting me? That's not fair. Why are you guys coming over from the next room? What's also not fair. I don't care what lies ahead. What they may be. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't fit. This wasn't made with upgraded King Ju's size in mind. Not fair. There we go. Excuse me. I'm gonna check this chassis real fast. Should we upgrade something? Upgraded flesh and bones? Nah, give me just a random one. Alright, kinda wish I had upgraded one. Where are you? An elite fight? We could take an elite right now, I think. No problem, no problem. Hello! Where's all the enemies? Huh. I feel like I extended that combo skip time by doing the falling off the wall there. Hate corrosive guys. Ow, my health. Excuse you? There we go. Got a little dicey there for a moment. Neither of those have increased crit. Hey, look, I fit through that door. Yay. It takes two. I'll take it takes two. A little investment for later. Alright, where's everyone at here? Everyone's like slowly trickling into this room. Bonk. Bonk. Yay, doors made for me. Alright, we're already back up to the necessary amount of vigor we need to do the big strike. Easy. If anyone ever has problems with this King Zhu primary form, you're probably just not doing enough right clicks. That is, like 100%, you're probably just not building up enough vigor and right clicking. Alright, get rid of all of this weapon stuff. We don't need this. Pistol? We could take that and then hold a Viper sight, potentially. That could be good. There we go. Now we got a pistol with a decent amount of crit. And then just get ready to crit combine that with something else. Golem. Big damage. There we go. EBT! Yo! We're still looking for a strike wing to pair with that. Oh my god, come on. I'm not doing Cloudbind stuff or Shadowbind. We're not doing that. Stop giving me only options that deal with that. Alright, skill damage increases based off of how much HP we have. That's what we're doing this for, so let's take it. That's a pretty good one. I prefer this one over that one. I like the cluster, but only when we don't have it on the backside as well. Oh, but a 15 I'll take. Never mind. Okay, so when consuming, you're doing the consuming hero points. With the lowest activation points, up to 6 activation points, comes with 4. Inner flow, we want to get high up there. Okay. I guess you could take one of these and get up to 6. So you're doing inner flow. We've got a better inner flow. That's good. Okay, so when we spend vigor, we're less likely to use the vigor. That's what that means. Cool. Very cool. I'm glad we got to use the mimic on this one. Sabotage, love that. During caster, I don't think we want Broken Bullet, because that also affects our skill damage. I'm going to take Corrosion Enthusiast, because we'll probably end up with an elemental thing later, and then you're part of melee talent, so we could take that. Last Stand activated. When vigor's under 60, instantly restore 30 vigor, max trigger once per 20 seconds. Hell yeah. Vigor Surge, plus 60 max vigor, gain 3% of vigor per second for 20 seconds after entering or exiting fist stance, gain an extra. I don't think we're ever doing that, but we'll take it. Hell yeah. Alright. Oh, someone was left back here. No! Fuck, I just burned through most of that. Alright, do the big attack. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, that doesn't hit barrels? That hits barrels, okay. Not enough to enhance it. I probably should have waited for a strike wing, but whatever. Hello? What do you have? A goblet refresh? Don't mind if I do, considering how cucked we've been on Ascensions. Ow. Alright, back. We're back. Fuck you. What is this? Piercing aura damage is 120%. Could I not be stuck on the wall? Thank you. Would appreciate that. I'm just gonna slowly walk over here if you don't mind. Mountain Guard, there we go, extra HP, and then that should give me enough to do his activation. When Ascension is over that, you can upgrade one, which we want to have on you, that we get the right clicks going. Okay. The combo one would also be a good choice to keep the combo going easier, but we'll see. For each second direct, yeah, that's a good, I'm not even gonna look at anything else, give me that. There's not a good spot for you. You could be behind and hit that. I guess we're gonna have to go with that. I don't think that one matters, but we'll put it on anyway. We have 1 energy. I'll put it on you and max you out. Did that change the mimic? No, it didn't. Okay. We're still on the inner flow, which is good. We do have a region because of Flesh and Bones, which is nice. I think we grabbed every- we did not. We could do an elite. Who wouldn't? These guys are all corroded? Oh, they all have corrosion enthusiasts, I think. Susie? Alright. That'll do. There's a strike wing. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna take a little bit of a damage down until we can, get the- oh! What did I just get? Can I know the... I think we got the HP one last, unless it counts this. It did count that. Interesting. Okay. Either way is fine. Send me out of here. Alright, hold on. You fix up my strike wing for me. Share crit. Alright. Are we wave rooming? Yep. Oh, that's another thing. If you do your left click or right click after a dash, you go to the final hit of the combo, which is how I'm doing the rapid punches and the ground slam right away without having to do the rest of the combo. If you were wondering. Oh, that's not good. Get me out of here. I'll just get put in the corner. It's fine. I didn't want to live anyway. Oh, I can't go in there. Alright, well, never mind. The Cloudbind stuff did come in handy. God, could this tornado just, like, fuck right off? Holy. But yo, the tornadoes are random. They just follow a random path. They do not. They follow you where you go. Every time. I will die on this hill. This hill is where I die. Take it for the speedrunner. We didn't get a lot of money, so let's just sell things so that we can re-roll inscriptions again. We get 600. There we go. You. There we go. Sure crit. There we go, combo duration, yay, we got it. Alright, we basically have all the keys to the kingdom here. Easy peasy. Foundry Blessing, oh, well, there we go, we've won. We got Foundry Blessing, that was our win condition. Sarcasm. Peddler will often have a crawl's discount if you have a haggle talent. Yeah, I'm sure he would. Bye-bye. Double exhilaration, sure. I should be using the secondary when I dive into enemies way more often, but I haven't been. But I should, but I haven't. So I will. Ooh! Platforming challenge is the big boy? Just fucking tank a boulder to the face? That doesn't do anything. Blazing Hoop will take. Thank you. Ouch. Brutal Gloves is nice. Thank you. I like that he just stood there and accepted his fate. He's like, alright, bro, just do it. For each stack primary skill final damage increase, lose 1 stack after each use of primary skill. Does that just infinitely stack with this guy? Because we're not leaving it? Mana Surge? 15%? Okay. It does seem like we just get consistent damage up from that because it's not going down when I punch. Great. Very cool. Love that. How dare you, shotgun guy? It's very rude of you. Alright, the elites are gonna spawn over here. They'll spawn like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. That should do it. Alright, how am I gonna deal with you, though? There we go. I forgot about the projectile he has, because I never have to use it. After dash, extra damage. Cool. A little bit of a one more button for us, but I'll take it. Elemental power, we do need to settle on an elemental to add to this to get a little bit more damage bonus. I'm inclined to say fire because fire enthusiast with this health thing would be pretty good. Can we get a fire mastery stone? I don't think we can get another inner flow when we have 2 of them taken up by the mimicry. Oh, we're not actually doing that anymore because Mana Surge is there now. Interesting. This is an interesting thing to have to work around. Anyway. Another domain expansion? A demon pack? I don't think demon pack works. I don't think so. Ooh, that would work well there. Domain expansion. Is there an 8 that could go here? We got our 10 that can go there. You take that out of you. I forgot, was this song at the start of the Step Brothers or another movie? I haven't seen Step Brothers in forever, so I don't know if I could say or not. That's all. You speak in old truth. There we go. Full domain expansion here. Hey. Alright, are we good? I think we can go crush something else. Let's go crush a guy. With my big feet. Oh, my big feet. Gonna step on someone. Gonna step on a worm with my big feet. Big feet steppies on the worm. Is that what you want? Special ammo, no. Yeah, there you go. Is that what you want? You want my big toe beans all over you? I bet you do. You disgusting little freak. Huh! Alright, well, we took off the whole first health bar with that. Alright, now die. Restoring vigor on hit with punches? That sounds useful. A Spear Feline? That's also fantastic. That gives us even more HP. Corrosion Mastery? We do have Corrosion Enthusiast. That could be a problem. But it could be fun. Another skill chain? We are filling up on everything here. This one could work right here. July, about everything. Oh, this could work here. Yeah, I like that. Get that maxed out. Always tells the truth. Oh, that we need to get that up to 6 for it to work. There we go. Now we have another multiplier for our damage. Elemental. I looked it up and the song does play at the start of Step Brothers, but in a different key? Weird. We definitely can't take... Wait, we have EBT, don't we? We have EBT on this run, right? We do! Alright, fuck it. Fuck it. Final care... Nah. There we go. We have so many curses now. Can we get an Evil Devouring Sword? Battle Scarred? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go. Fuck you all. I can't hit you. It's too high up. Bro's a little too high for me. Alright, we have no need to see a crafty man on this run either. Hey, hey. Stop splitting. Hell yeah. Ha! 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 Fucking him up. We only have 1,000 health. We could do way better than that. Come on, game. Give us something that'd be way better for that. Way better. What? I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head. Veteran would have been nice forever ago. At this point, I mean, I would still take it, but... would have been nice to get real early on. Hey, don't jump down here. Ow, ow, ow. That fire does a lot when you have negative 175 damage resistance. Sure. Sure, we'll take a survivability thing. We did just show that we can take a lot of damage right now. A platforming challenge as the big dude? I feel like this is gonna be hard to do. I've never done this in third person. Can even... oh, I'm bumping my head on that. Oh, you can just jump up here. It's an even better way to get around it. That's so easy. Well, put that in the file. Store that one away. What was funny? You know how you can do the cheesy way to get around the Act 3 platforming challenge where you jump onto the little stick and get over? His jump height in his super form is so big you don't even have to do that. You can just jump up there. You just skip the whole thing. Elite? Can I deal damage to the elite, please? Thank you. Big Kappa balls coming in. Big Kappa balls. Could have needed that? You would have to play as this character, though. Is that something you're willing to do? I mean, I feel like this run is showing that he is a fucking powerhouse. What a brutal guy. He's a large lad with large damage. Wee. Bonk. Ow. That's a lot of lanterns. Ow, oh, the fire is a lot. The fire is a lot. I hear lots of lightning up here. Can I hit you? Might have to do the ranged attack on you. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Stop hitting me. Bro. Bro. There we go. Bro? Bro? You really gonna hit me, bro? Can't believe you would do this, bro? I thought we were cool, dude. Enhanced Enduring Caster? Well, I gotta take that. Come here! Fight me! Ah! Nope. Not socketing that in. Whoa. You can see so much more of the map in third person. What do we got? General Rune Energy? Thank you. Dude, we're gonna have to start unsocketing things at this point. Is there any replacements here? You're a replacement for something. You replace this guy. Elemental Expert. I don't even know what I want to get rid of. We've got too many things. If I had more of the survivability stuff, maybe. Another Inner Flow? I don't think that's necessary. Interesting. Whee! No, refresh me. We're not taking that shit. This one, we want the movement speed. We don't care for the weapon, but for every 1%, 20% movement speed when using a pistol. There we go. That justifies us taking the Viper sight earlier. Otherwise, I'll feel like I didn't take it for a good reason. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now we're schmoovin'. Hold on, who's back here? Stop living, you. How dare you? Hello? We don't really do a lot of oh, I thought that was veteran, but we'll take heavily armored. That's fine. I'm walking towards you. I'm like the Bart Simpson meme. Ow, ow, fire, fire. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, hi, you. Crits? We're not doing crits. We're not doing weapon damage. 3 scenes without falling? I think we can do that. Can I hit you? Ah. Oh my god, that's like the third one of those we've gotten. Is this going to be cube or dragon? Cube or dragon? Take your bet. Oh, you did the snake form? I was ready for an Easter thing. I guess either way we could have eggs. You know? You know? Like, you know? You know. You know. There we go. Hell yeah. Thank you, Misha. I really appreciate it. The only problem is, what are you gonna do when I go to, Steve? Oh, why is the taking so much damage? Why is the cube so broken? Hold on. You're gonna be upset when I go to Season 7 and I redesign all of my forms again. And your artist doesn't get back to you for a year. And we're out of date. Did you ever end up hearing back from the other guy? Because that situation was fucked. That was a fucked situation. And the more I looked into the more angry I was. Thought you said Season 7 you would just be tweaking stuff and making a new form? Yeah, I'll be making a new form. And redesigning everything. Again. As I do. I mean, no, it's not going to be that big of a change. I'm just going to be looking to make things a bit more. Look, when I watched an older video, I was responding to someone in the Gunfire subreddit, and I looked back on my my 5 tips for Gunfire Reborn, and my Season 5 version of the Firefox just looks so good. With like the stone bits and the fuzzy fur, all of that I really liked. And while I've had a hard time making the shapeshifting work with the fur shader, I would like to try to bring back a lot of those previous design choices. Even if I can't make the fur shader work with the shapeshifting, I would like to bring back that stuff. A lot of those designs. Because right now, I made all of the designs a bit more— No, stop that. I want the goblet. I wanted the designs to be more free of the individual elements, because they could be any element with this one. But I think they lost a lot of identity because of that. So I also wanted them to share a lot more common things between them, because I wanted them to be more brand recognizable. But I think at the end of the day, the fact that I'm a shapeshifter at all ruins brand recognition between shapeshift forms. And I just gotta concede that I'm not winning on that front at all. And just go back to having way more interesting and unique designs between them. So that's basically what I'm doing. So I'm probably gonna keep like the leopard print and stuff from the cat, but I'm gonna separate out the hair material and go back to that stuff, you know? I'm going to do that, at least try to, and see if I can make it look way better. I don't want to make promises, but that's my intention. Sure, whatever. Bloody ammo, that doesn't matter at all. That doesn't matter at all. Alright, get me in here. Let's kill some snicks. You're looking glamorous. Dionysus. Oh, I didn't have a dash. Propulsion device would have been real nice. Oh, I missed most of that. There we go. Alright, once again, I feel like we don't need to go to Act 4 just to show that this worked. Now we can infinite punch too. Aside from the very beginning kind of forcing us to take some stuff we didn't want, that went pretty well. Give me that. We'll put that up on the wall. I gotta go make dinner, probably walk the dog again. It'd be good. Oh yeah, and to answer your question from before, the artist did agree to have at least a sketch by April 1st. When we talked around the end of February, I reached out a few days to check in, and he assured me it was going to start working on it soon. That means nothing. Literally nothing. And if they don't do it by April 1st, you gotta, like, release a doc or something on them, you know? I would retweet and share it, because that's ridiculous. It's so fucking messed up. Anyway, let's end the song. Thank you, and we're gonna head on over to the Wall of Memories. For any of you that are new here or you haven't made it to the end of a stream, at the end of every stream we put a little trinket up on the Wall of Memories so you have something to remember that stream by. And today, that is going to be our little vitality, rune. I was looking for the word. There we go. Get over here. No! Oh, we're just back from an ad break. I thought you guys were about to get... Well, I guess either way it kind of sucks. Wasn't looking for that. I didn't know you all were in an ad break at the end of that. This is going to be the Vitality Rune is the name of this memory. There we go. We got it right in here. Right in the little slot left. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a bunch of demos. We got game demos all day to be trying, so we'll be doing a lot of that. Saturday we'll be doing Hunt with Thrav again. And then Sunday is going to be the Season 6 finale. So if you aren't busy on Sunday, I'd appreciate you stopping by. I'm gonna go do like a little bit of everything. We're gonna do, hey, Wall, come back. I exported to you. I showed you my export. Please respond. There we go. We're gonna be doing some Phasmo. We're going to be doing some Marvel Rivals. We're gonna be doing shit, man, we're gonna do a whole lot of stuff because we're gonna be basically looking back at the memories that we did all the past year and a half of Season 6 and reminiscing on them. And then probably end with some karaoke and drinking and having a good time before we put the end of Season 6 in the history books. And then put this wall of memories up in the Museum of Memories in the Discord. So keep that in mind. That's going to be the plan for Sunday. And then I'm going to go on hiatus until I can fucking make my updated model with the Toxic Shark form. Words. Anyway, that's our plan for the next week and then for the upcoming times to come. But for right now, let's find somebody to raid into to share the love of our community with somebody else. Who do we got? Who do we got to share with? Roy Chiato's doing Slay the Spire with who? I don't know them. Cade's doing Baldur's Gate? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Daz is doing Terraria? Seiko's just chatting. Violet Neko's playing South Park. Raycall's doing Tekken. Tigra is doing Tabletop Simulator, maybe doing an RPG. I don't know. Nipla Tareem. I don't remember when I followed you, but I bet this was for something on Twitter. They're doing a subathon. Oh, they're already playing with mod characters. Lol. It looks like Limbus Corporation stuff. That's funny. Lady Rose, Skytex? I'm not watching Final Fantasy. Galaxy Burger? What is Finn playing? What is Galaxy Burger? That I'm already sold by the name. Let's go find out what Galaxy Burger is. Finn is a red Oni. We've done a couple of collabs with them. The most recent one was the multiplayer Noida. So let's go say hi to Finn and see what the fuck Galaxy Burger is. And until I see you guys next time, remember to take care of yourselves and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Giving me a drink is probably not gonna help me at all.
Do you need anything moistened up?
What's this one? Is this one? Okay.
No, I'm alright.
That sounds so wrong on so many levels.
I was gonna say something, but I